Hello, good morning. Hey, Ayushman. Hey, Penguin. Not the first, but close. Close enough. Well, thank you. Give me a sec. I'll be right back. Hello, everybody. I'm back. Do. Hello, hello. So, hello, Emanuele. What are we doing? I mean, we're continuing the same program as the last day. I was modernizing. Hey, Scott. Hey, Crypto Code. Hello. So I'm modernizing Zig FMT and also learning about the trade-offs that we're making with async. Hello, Naldi Ref. Hello, everybody. Wow. Been a while. Yeah, Scott, are you ready? November 22nd, right? Am I misremembering? Take a look. Seattle. Yeah, November 22nd. Let's go. I don't remember if I told you this already, but if I haven't, do take pictures. So then you can post them on this website. Like check out Milan, for example. Like that was cool. Oh, this is a YouTube video which doesn't load. Uh-oh, something happened to the video. Let's see if anybody else posted photos. Bristol, did Bristol post photos? They did. That's cool. Yeah, they are. Osaka has been announced. So already switch to English. No, we're good. We have that. So this is nice. Are there photos from New York? New York only run one. LA happened. They do have photos, right? That was nice. I think San Francisco does not have photos though. They did one. Oh, I need to ping Eric's and see how it went. What else did run? Stockholm has yet to run. 29th. Crash Vancouver. Yeah. Just be careful. This is not Vancouver. Wait, this is where is it? I'm making by the way, I'm about to make it the same stupid fucking joke that we do every single time. And I'm not gonna regret it. So be careful, it's not this Vancouver north of Portland. It's the other Vancouver north of Portland. Let me see where it is. Wait, this is the general location where it is the event specifically. Okay, so it's close to the public transport one. So an alternative idea, I don't know if you considered it, you could take the train. I mean, if you want the car, then obviously feel free to do the car. But for you, the train would be what? An hour and a half, maybe? I don't know if it's longer. Okay. No. What? No. Or rather, I could see some trains that do a lot of stops, including primary transit to get to the train. I see. But I remember that we got on a train in Portland for the last software you can love, and I think it took us 3 hours total. So starting from Seattle, that's probably a couple hours. But it was clearly some kind of express train. Well, either way. remember to bring $10 cash to pitch in for sushi lunch. So, okay, let's see what else is happening. There's a Portland one that was not yet announced. The next Bristol one is still a branch. It's still a PR, hasn't been merged yet. This is the one that I'm going to. Also need to reply to Anton. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Although, to be fair, Software Love is going to be like a few months from now. But yeah. Oh, Belgrade. That's also November 22nd. Right. Well, it's cool. Braunschweig is going to be tomorrow. This is also interesting. So this is the photo, like the event banner, which is a statue of some body. I don't know if it's a guy or a woman, but it says the banner image shows Thiel Eulenspiegel, reportedly a native of the Braunschweig area. In one of those stories, he bakes owls and monkeys instead of the requested bread. So somebody asked for some bread, and this guy said, well, you know what? You're getting barbecue instead? Oh, Devin, is that where you're from? So let's see. Sure, local fantasy referring to this fable has had the animals updated to Ziggy, Carmen, and Zero. Okay, why was this guy doing roast? It's a folk hero. I mean, to be fair, I don't know. I guess it depends on how you look at the story, right? People asked for bread, and he said, "You know what? I'll upgrade you to barbecue." Hey, Techatrix. But I don't know. Somebody else could say, "Well, but people did ask for bread. You could have given them bread, and then if somebody asks for barbecue, give them barbecue." I don't know, but origin. Let's see. Chapbook tradition. There's an inscription. Where's like the story recap? Modern reception. So is it here? Let's see. The author edition short preface identifies himself only as N. He gives the year 1500 as the date when he originally began to collect the tales, stressing the difficulty of the project. Where's the literal translation of the High German name Eulenspiegel is old mirror. Okay. Like, where are details about the story? Like, how did people ask for bread? What did they think of the barbecue? Like, did they like the meat? Modern reception. Modern reception then starts from the 1500s, and it's like, dude, right? That's modern in Europe, I guess. It's contemporary, the current days. I sometimes forget. Like the quote unquote actual modern days. There's a, but where's the stories? Like, it doesn't tell the story. I don't know. Okay, it's fine. In any case. Okay, so let's do some work. What are we doing? I'll zoom in. Oh no. Oh no. Ghosty, what is going on? Okay. We're good. I'm gonna zoom in on the source code. So we're porting ZigFMT to async, but here's something interesting. Using the async API is convenient in some way, but it is also suboptimal by design. The fact that we don't know if this function will run on this same thread or another forces us to duplicate this path every single time. And while if we had a way of knowing what's going to happen, then we could avoid the copy when not necessary. But at the same time, it is convenient to write this, to use async so that we can write this application as taking advantage of threads if we have them, and just not when they're not present. I guess we could do it this way. At least we can avoid the copy if it's single-threaded. Also, why switch? It's if. When's ZLS gonna work with the new I/O stuff? Good question. Thankfully, Techatrix is in chat to answer. I can also give you an answer, or I mean an approximate one, but I saw that there is a draft PR from Techatrix in ZLS to update everything to latest Zig. But it was still a draft, so. If you do that, you'll need to conditionally free it as well. True. And there's also, it's not just that, there's also, like, you're totally right, but it is also true when it comes also from other usages of format file, because if I'm using format file from within format directory where we keep scanning and scheduling, there's also the case where what you gave me is directly a correct path. And so we need, and so I want to be able to give you this path directly. So forget the arguments that I'm passing here. This is the old stuff that I'm updating. So some of these are gone away, etc. But we'll need to have a nice way of making this work also with format file called not from within format directory. And this should be a non-async call because we're gonna just call it once. So yeah. Currently investigating why Zig build instantly segfaults on Windows. I think there were some discussions about it. I don't remember the details. Maybe somebody who cares more about Windows than I do or knows more. But yeah, there were some problems with that. One was that what were those? I think package management was broken on Windows because of something related to TLS, because of something related to time, because some time that was meant to be relative to something else was actually absolute or vice versa, and that caused certificates to never validate correctly, and so that's why package management was broken. That would not cause an instant segfault though. Instant segfault is something else. Okay. In any case, yeah. So we need to decide what we need to understand how to do this free don't free thing, and I think we need to wrap this path. We need to wrap this in a type. So Um, Good morning. Good morning. So I think we need to make a type for it, yeah, like a union, or we pass another argument to format file. But I think passing a union is better. Allocated string, heap string. It's less precise, but it's shorter. I like it more. So heap string. What's a heap string? Let's put it at top. It's a union enum. Actually, it could also be, you know what? I think making it a union is suboptimal. Probably a struct is better. Bytes and then must free. It's a bool. There we go. And so in here we do this. You have to. Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. This. I also have a runtime requirement for this though. So this is why I'm giving you extra data. Give me a second, and I think you'll see why I'm doing this. Mass free, true, else. There you go, file path. And so that's what we pass down, and format file wants a heap string. Good morning. By the way, for the people present, if anybody has any Zig question, feel free to ask. I'm doing these streams. I mean, it's written in here, but I'm doing these streams to work on my stuff. But I'm always happy to take a break and answer questions if there's any. What if I take this out and I put it on a single line? What if I take this out and I put it on a single line? Oh, look, I can do this. This is nice, actually, I think. I like it. Okay, so this is the must free path. This is the must not free path. Okay, so format file then should do calls format file fallible. That's fine. Full path is a heap string now. And this guy here does this. Defer full path dot init. We don't have the GPA though. Fuck. Format file up until now did not need the GPA. That sucks. Well, we gained a GPA, I guess. Not much we can do. How was it not leaking before? It's because before it wasn't multi-threaded. Never running with async. No, I was in the middle of refactoring this yesterday. Yeah. Hmm. Do you have specific resources you recommend for understanding Union Enum and how to use it well? I'm a beginner and I just sprinkled usages of it when I feel like it. I still don't get it yet. Yeah, I think, well, I don't have resources, but I have one consideration that maybe will help you. So, yeah, so knowing exactly when to use a union on where not is ultimately a matter of choice, and like it's a judgment call in a sense. So there is no ultimate algorithm that you can print on a book that will teach you precisely when it is right or wrong, like objectively 100% right, 100% wrong to do this. Sometimes there's a bunch of gray area where a union could be fine, abstract could also do the job, etc. But here's what I think for me personally is the main differentiator. For example, look at here. I'm using heap string. I'm making heap string and I'm making it abstract. Actually, one sec. Okay. So I made it abstract, and originally I wanted to make it a union. So why do you make things a union? A good idea. One case where unions shine, tag unions specifically, is when you have state that you want to hide from users unless you are in the right case. So, for example, if you have if I have a union where I have the case, well, you know what? I'll show an actual example. Schema, AST. So check this out. Here I have errors, and errors are sometimes they don't have any payload. Sometimes they do have a payload, right? So for example, let's take two examples. AX2. Yeah, have a good night. Sorry, I started in the morning, but I will be on later on today, hopefully, probably. So here I have missing token. That one has a string attribute, payload. Here I have duplicate field name that has a location. Here I have duplicate type definition that has a U32. So these are all different values that I need that are needed to print extra context for each of these errors. So this union here, I could have also written like this as a struct that has like missing token const u8, and then I don't know, or like, you know what, let's call it like this, token name, and then I have field lock, which is a lock, and then I have type index idx. That's what I use normally here. So u32, and then I have a tag, and the tag is just an enum. So in this case, not a union, just an enum. So no payload possible. And so the enum could be unexpected token, missing token, and then the duplicate field name, duplicate type def, etc. So if we write it this way, then the mapping, the fact that missing token sets this state, and the fact that dupe field name sets this state, etc., is lost because I've decoupled these state with these cases. And the problem is that sometimes I don't even have a good value for these fields when it's like, if it's missing token, I know that I need to fill this out. But then what do you put here? And the answer is that you put garbage because you don't have a good value to put here. Or, you alternatively, you can make them optional, and then you can know that when these, also this one you make optional, and then you know that when this guy is, when tag is missing token, then you know that this will be set while the other ones will stay now. But now you have more runtime bits that you don't need, and it's still a mess. So a union really streamlines this. It makes so that you only get to access and worry about the state that makes sense for a given union case. And for the rest of the state, you don't have to worry about, because it's also syntactically inaccessible to users of this type. The struct instead does the opposite. So what I just described seems a good idea. So you say, wait, then I want to do this always. Yeah, but it's not all. The relationship between the data and the tag is not always this one. For example, see that error is a struct that contains a union, and it's not a union. Why? Because every error needs to have a main location in the code where the squigglies are put, and and you want to be able to access this regardless of which active specific type of error you're looking at. Or rather, I can tell you that in my code, it is convenient to be able to do so. So similarly here, for heap string, I want to be able to access bytes regardless whether those bytes will need to be freed or not. So originally I was making it a union, but then I realized, wait, if I make it a union, then before I can get to see the bytes, I have to unpack the fact that whether they must be freed or not. And in reality, that decision, whether they must be freed or not, has to be done in a very different location compared to where I want to access the bytes. And so it's a better idea to split them apart. And you can actually see it here, right? Because here, the chain of calls is format file, calls format file fallible. The reason why I have two functions is because format file fallible wants to be able to use try and bubble up an error, which then we catch here. And like we have one centralized error handling place where it's mostly just printing fatal error, but still. And here's the thing. I still want to be able to use full path in here. I want to say fatal error, unable to write to this path because of this reason. And so I want to be able to use full path in here. So that means that I cannot free full path inside of format file fallible. I have to do it here, above here. And here I'm freeing full path if necessary. And by the way, I'm using the init method that I haven't implemented yet. But in there, I will check whether we should free or not and do the right thing. While down here is where we want to access those bytes, and we really do not care in here whether those things will need to be freed or not. So since these two concerns are separate, I'm making a struct. But when instead access to a field is conditional to some tag property, to some tag value, then you definitely want to go for a tagged union. Okay. So what were we doing? So we are assuming that the init exists. So let's do the init. Function the init. So heap string and GPA. And then we do if hs.must3 gpa.free bytes hs.bytes. Otherwise, we literally do nothing. We can also create init. Scott suggested initially that we create an init function. Not mandatory, but can be convenient. So let's do it. Must3 is bool. Okay, that it will make our usage of this a little bit nicer down here. So we can do .init. There you go. Does it make sense? This is how I would reach for unions in general, but then do non-tagged unions without enum have a unique use case? Yeah, they do. So the idea of a non-tagged union is that a tagged union has runtime knowledge of the active case. So there are some bits in the data structure, like in the instance of a union, that tell you what is the active branch, the active case. There are situations where this information is absolutely redundant. There are situations where you can know, thanks to external information, what has to be the active case. So when you are writing something structured like that, the tag is completely redundant. And so with a non-tagged union, you can get rid of that. You basically save some bytes. And it can make a difference. Like, this is not just like, oh, it's a tiny thing that is like almost, you don't feel it, and almost like it's like almost an abstract thing. No. It can have a real significant non-trivial impact because the tag is usually just a single byte. But then because of alignment, chances are that you might end up with a struct that has at least 3 other bits of padding, if not even bytes, not bits, bytes, 7 bytes, or between 3 and 7 bytes of padding. And so that tag starts costing you a lot, especially if you have a ton of those unions. So making them not tagged pays off. The ways in which you might not need the tag is because you have maybe some other tag somewhere else that guarantees that you know what the active union case is. But the tag is stored external from the union. So it is still runtime bits, but you just have to store them separately because, a variety of reasons. Or maybe it's a combination of two things, right? If that thing is this case and that Boolean is false, then the union can only be this thing. So it can also be spread across multiple variables. And also, it can happen that you know that because of code paths. So for example, a thing you might want to be able to put those things in an array. So they have to be an homogeneous type. So whatever those things are, you need to wrap them in a union. But statically in the source code which case is going to be for which one. One example could be that it's kind of this is not like a real world example. It's kind of an artificial example, but just to show you how this can be real. You could have an array of foo's and bars, right? So you have a union that is either case foo or case bar, and you want to put those foo's and those bars in the same array. And it turns out that you always have one foo, then one bar, then one foo, then one bar. And so in your code, you can statically loop over every odd element and every even element. And you know that there will all be all foo's and all bars. And so you don't need any runtime information to know which is which. But for some reason, maybe in some other part of the code, it is convenient for you to keep them into one array. Again, not the greatest example, but the idea that you have static knowledge in the source code of when a given union case will be active is very real. Yeah. Okay. Zig async works like Rust async. No, not at all. It's very different. Rust async is based on stackless coroutines. We do not have stackless coroutines currently in Zig. Our async is decoupled from stackless coroutines. This is something that is relatively unique to Zig, especially in the, let's say, systems programming space. Functional programming languages sometimes have funky stuff going on, but in the systems programming space, as far as I know, we're pretty unique. So async in Zig is currently either green threads or OS threads. And there is a proposal for adding stackless coroutines, which I don't remember if it is accepted or not, but I would say there is a realistic proposal. Like there are plans to at least attempt to get stackless coroutines back in the language, but it is not guaranteed. But there are like legitimate reasons to want stackless coroutines. That said, these other implementations will be also good. And I would argue, here's my quote unquote bet. People don't have a good impression of green threads in other languages because they always have a bunch of problems that if everything goes well, will be solved in Zig. So I think that in the future, the go-to implementation will be green threads, not stackless coroutines. You will use stackless coroutines when necessary. For example, WebAssembly doesn't have the capability of doing stack switching currently. So unless that changes, I know there's a proposal for it, but who knows if and when it will be accepted. But in the future, you might want to do, but in the foreseeable future, you will want to do stackless coroutines if you want async in a WebAssembly when targeting WebAssembly, because you just cannot do stack switching. But in any case, I think that the green thread one will be the one that people go to normally by default. It's a bet though, so we'll see. Not guaranteed. What else is different? Async in Rust, you have to poll a feature. In Zig, you don't. Features don't need to be polled. In Rust, you need to have async aware stuff. Like if you're doing async, then you need to have async dependencies. In Zig, it's not going to work this way. In Zig, there will be no ecosystem split. So that also is different. Yeah. Okay, so we implemented this. We implemented init. What were we doing? I'm happy to answer also more async questions, and I'll give better answers if you ask me more precise questions. This was a very generic question, so I gave a fairly generic answer. Okay, I think so far so good. Stackless coroutines is open, not accepted. Yeah. Yeah, there might be maybe changes that MLAG wants to make, but I think that stackless coroutines will be, it's pretty much guaranteed to be attempted at some point. Whether his specific design will be, I would say his current design, I think there are good chances also that MLAG's design is the one that will be attempted, whatever that design is going to be, whether it's going to be the design that he put in that proposal right now, or like a slightly or not so slightly different one in the future. Regardless, I think it will happen. When range needs, good question. I don't know. I know that there's interest in that. I have no idea on the timeline though. Absolutely no idea. Yeah, absolutely no idea. Sorry. It's not something that we talked about at the offsite. So Muslim meme question. I mean, I think it's a legitimate question. If for some reason that had come up in a discussion that I was present for, I would definitely be happy to relay any information. Okay. I'm gonna concentrate for 1 second on what I'm doing here and try to make progress. So we made sure that we free this thing when necessary. We are able to call format file fallible. We need to update the other call path to format file. Also, let me add a comment here. Yeah. Okay. So this is fine. Oh, I remember what is. Okay, we need to update the other call path. So it's here. Here we don't pass down arena impl anymore. Arena impl. arena impl should be given to format dir. But then, oh, I see. Previously made sense to pass it around that way, but now that only format dir needs it, so format dir might as well just make its own arena if it wants to. Oh, but it does not. So it uses GPA in here. So you know what? I think the format dir is better off with just GPA instead. Oh, look, it already had removed its dependency on that value. And I didn't update this. Okay. The GPA, let's see, IO, GPA, check, path, schema, pointer to any error. Okay. Okay, so far so good. By the warning, yeah, no, definitely. Not only it's not a pub function, but it's also a piece of code that is part of the program. This is just like for future reference for me in case at some point I forget that there's a piece of logic that exists in format file which is not in format file valuable, and that's why you should call the outer one. Or a contributor that decides to try to make changes, that comment will nudge them in the right direction, because there is this implicit idea, right, that format fallible is not the one, format file fallible is not the one that you want to call, because this one completes the error reporting and also does the freeing. And the reason why I'm doing it this way is because I need a function that doesn't return any error, so that that returns void, so that it can be stuffed into a call to group async. It's not just an async function, it's a group async function. And group async functions need to be void because you don't get to see their return value. You just get to see them all complete at the end as a group. So because of these reasons, I structured this way. And so there's this idea that, yeah, format file fallible is not what you should be calling ever, because the logic is split into two functions. And yeah, hopefully a contributor will not get baited into using the wrong one in case somebody ever makes a PR to this code. Okay, so this all makes sense. This is wrong. This has double path. What do we need actually here? GPA. We're gonna need also IO. I'm surprised that we haven't done that yet, but I think we will. In any case, command check, yes. Full path, so not there anymore. Full path, yes, but here path is naked, so we can do .init path false. Also, you know what? Here's another idea on how to make this nicer. We could also change this boolean into an enum, like free, don't free, free, no free, for example. Something to think about. I guess for now I'll just leave the false, not that important. Everything else is fine. No, it wants file type, and we don't have file type, right? So it's check full path, file type, and then schema. Okay, so file type. How do we grab the file type? Oh, this is actually wrong. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. 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 This is interesting. This is actually very interesting. So here what's going on. In format dir, we are iterating a directory, and we know that a given file that is handed to us is a file. But at the top level, without going through format dir, we don't know if this is a file or not yet. We try to open it as a file, but if that fails, we try to format it as a dir. But in reality, and here I cannot do file format detection based on the file name, because I don't know yet if that is a file or a directory, but I guess I could do the detection anyway. And then you do the detection anyway, but then it can be null. So if it's null, then it's something that I should try to open as a directory. Should we try to do the opposite? We always start by trying to open it as a directory, and if that fails, we try to open it as a file? Whoa. Whoa. I think our future is swapping these two guys around. First, we try to open it as a directory. And on that failing, we try to open it as a file. Well, now I'm doing the opposite. More files than directories usually. Yeah, well, this is more. This is, keep in mind that this is not going to happen like this is not the loop, right? This is just the first time. So like you do Ziggy FMT something, and so we need to see if that something is a file or a directory, and so we do it there, and there we see, okay, it is a file, then we process it and we're done. Or if it is a directory, then we start iterating over it, and then it's not and then we get into this logic where we don't really get it wrong or like attempt things. We know by walking the directory whether a file is a file. When did you start using Vim Helix? I'm using Helix, and the answer is a while ago. I don't know, more than a year by now. So the problem with this is that, like this, we have, by having format file first, then to try format file first, the problem is that if we go in here, the file type will have to be something that is neither. And if it's neither, that is a problem, because normally we ignore these things. So I guess, so it would either have to be the control flow would have to be, if this thing is not, if we cannot detect the file extension, or if we do and then there's an error, then we try format dir. While if I put format dir outside, we just do format dir, and then we catch, and then we do format file. I think the control flow just looks nicer if we swap these two guys around. It is true, though, that it will not be syscall optimal in the case in which you want to just format a single file. It will do one failed attempt to open the file as a directory, and only then succeed to open it as a file. Okay, so here's what I would say. Let's try both. Let's try writing both. So let's do it this way. I'm going to freeze this in time, and I'm going to cut it away. Put it here for now. Okay, why would this thing just check and do the right thing? But the problem is that that's still a syscall. Like checking whether that thing is a file or a directory and trying to open it as one, and then on failure do the other, is at the end of the day the same thing. Doesn't multi-kind work properly? It does. Okay, let's see. So with format there on the outside, it would be like this. Format there, IO, GPA, check, path. That would be .init, path, false. Wait, actually, there doesn't, it's fine with normal path, right? Path, schema, any error. And then we would catch. And what is it that we would catch? We would catch open there. So we would catch not there. So previously we were catching is there, and now we're catching not there. So it's probably something like this then. Okay, so this, oh, let's cmd.check. Okay, so in here we would do format file. Format file, but I think first we would try to detect its extension. Rather than passing the kind. Critical code, this code is north of directory walk. So the way it works is that I don't start from here. I start from here. So I start from you passing a list of paths to the CLI argument. So you pass, Zig FNT, foobar buzz. And I don't know what foobar buzz are. Or let's say, actually, let's make it more nuanced. Let's say that you pass foo.ziggy. So you pass me foo.ziggy, but I don't know if foo.ziggy is a file or a directory. So I have to figure that out initially. Once I figure out that it is a directory, and even though it's called foo.ziggy, it could still very well be a directory, which is why it's something that we have to detect by trying to open it or somehow querying what it is on the file system. The name will not tell us what it is or isn't. So after we detect that it is a directory one way or another, then yes, we open it as a directory and we start walking it, and then everything downstream of that will be done correctly thanks to walker.next, which will give me kind and everything else. Yes, it is not their base. It makes sense, right? You want to be able to say zigfmt individual file, but the problem is that when you pass that name, we don't know what it is, and we have to discover it. So we could either try to check and then open it the right way, or we could just YOLO try once and on failure we do the other one. And I think the two approaches are like roughly the same. Which to be fair, you know what? I'm reevaluating this option. Fuck it. For now, let's keep it like this for now. Okay, so another error access denied. Format file. GPA check cmd.check. Full path. That's init path false. File type which we need to get schema. And any error. And then this also needs to be caught. So what were we doing for these other ones? Well, we're doing this. Let's turn this into a fatal. I'm starting to think that maybe Fatal should add this as a prefix. Like this. Yeah, this is nice. And in the case of format file, if it does return a error, actually no, format file cannot return an error. I just forgot that it does its own error handling, so this is fine. Yeah, it doesn't return any error because it prints its own stuff. Fatal should be like this. You know what? Let's make a call to Fatal. Oh, right. There's also the new line stuff that I should think about. Yeah. Look, I'm making my own abstractions. Yeah, so much better. Okay. Then okay. This part is fine. Let's see if the rest of the handling is correct. Okay, we're missing only FT. FT is file type dot detect. And we detect it based on path. And we detect it based on path. Hello, Mo El Hariri. Well, dev over here trying to get into systems programming. We enjoyed the streams. Well, thank you. Welcome. And good luck with your journey. I also, so when I went to university, I remember thinking that well, I did not exactly enjoy learning all the things that I had to learn, for how HTTP works and how HTML works, how CSS works, how JavaScript works. And so I thought, oh man, you know what? I spent already so much time learning this shit. I don't want to go down the systems programming path because it will require me to learn just as much garbage from systems level programming, because the reality is that, just like you learn how certain protocols and like web related systems work, if you get into systems programming, you kind of have to do the same, just somewhere else. I mean, you could argue that all of software development is like this. You need to learn how the environment that you program in works, so that you know what are the things that you can or cannot do. And I remember thinking, oh man, I spent so much time learning web stuff, so I'm going to specialize in this, and I don't want to learn the other stuff. But and I don't think this was necessarily a bad mindset. I think it's a reasonable choice to make. But if you do this for long enough, like if you're, I don't know, if you're like fresh out of university, or like you just started and like you're still learning that stuff, that's good. Like just focus on that for a while. But then after a few years, you will get to a point where you have grokked that stuff. And so now you have mental space to start learning new stuff. So I guess my point is, I think it's perfectly reasonable to not want to learn everything all at once. But if you do this for long enough, there will be a point where you have learned this stuff, like whatever it is that you were learning in the beginning. So maybe web stuff. You will have learned it well enough. And so it is a good idea to start focusing also on something else and try to be a more well-rounded professional. That said, it is true that some people will try to trick you into thinking that there is like an endless fractal complexity into web development, especially when web development meets enterprise software development, and they will tell you that you will never master the clean architecture, like or whatever it is, the latest bullshit that people have been peddling in shitty books, etc. Some people will like get they will fall into that hole, and so they will basically spend their entire life trying to it's kind of like a religious pursuit at a certain point, where they'll spend their whole time trying to be pious enough. Yeah, the hexagonal architecture, man. Hexagonal. Wait, isn't the latest the dodecahedral architecture or whatever? So my point is, that mastery of everything does take time, maybe a lifetime for sure. I don't think that I have mastered 100% everything that there is to master in web development. Definitely not. But the fundamentals are infinitely more valuable than the hexagonal architecture or those things. If you know the fundamentals well, the hexagonal architecture ideas and like clean code ideas, maybe they will give you, I don't know, a 10% boost. But not more than that. If you understand the fundamentals really well, if you understand well how HTTP works, if you understand well how HTML works, how CSS works, how JavaScript works, etc. And once you understand that, then you will be immune to this kind of snake oil. And my recommendation is to not get too comfortable and instead, at some point, attempt a new journey to learn something new where, yeah, it sucks because, you used to know well what you were doing and now it's a new ecosystem, it's a new environment, and you don't know nearly as well what it is that you should be doing at a given point in time. But once you do that and you get the fundamentals of another ecosystem under your belt, then you will come back to web development and you will be a much better web developer, for example. Like those things really compound. Hexagonal fucking architecture, clean code, I don't know. That stuff does not compound at all. That, what does it compound? It compounds how much money the people that peddle this stuff make. That's the only thing that gets compounded. Anyway. Now, look at what this structure has given us the opportunity to observe. Here is what we are observing. We were given a path that we tried to open as a dir, and we failed. And now we're trying to open it as a file, but for that to make sense as a file, it needs to have the right file extension, right? We don't want to try to process a .png file, for example. And so we were not doing that either before, but here's what we can do now. Now we know that we are doing a top-level format file call where we already have failed to open it as a directory. So we know that this has to succeed. And if this, like the file type detection based on file extension, have a good night, Scott. So since we know that we already have exhausted our options, if this does not work, like if the file does not have the right file extension, we can print a nice error message. We can say, hey, like you gave me a path to a file that is not a directory, but it's also not a Ziggy or Ziggy schema file. Like, what the heck are you doing? So, yeah, this is interesting. Let's see. I've been doing web development for a decade, consuming frameworks. Yeah, being bored with building APIs, became curious about things working under the hood. Let's go. That is a great mindset to have. I think that you have good chances to have a good time with this endeavor. So good luck to you. Let's see. Theory is good, snake oil bad, but it's fair enough to say that it's hard to know which is which. Yeah. I mean, uh, there are some safe bets, right? If it's the spec of a protocol, that is genuinely good to know. If it is a framework made by Facebook, I mean, it can be useful to know how to use it, sure, but it's definitely not going to be fundamentals. Again, professionally speaking, so okay, let's talk about React. Professionally speaking, knowing React, it's obviously good. I would say maybe even mandatory if your point is to get a job in web development. Well, maybe mandatory is too much, but one of the big ones, React. I don't know, Angular, but Angular, Vue, Svelte, whatever the heck people are, the Dart. I don't know. Whatever, Dart is not a framework, but pretty much is, right? I mean, what is Dart if not Flutter? So React is indeed mandatory. Around here, so where I live, there are companies that just do not touch React and instead are all in on Angular. I don't know why. I do not agree with that, but that is the state of things. So that's why I say it's not mandatory. But one of them kind of is, depending on, like I think it's very unlikely that a company says, yeah, no, we don't use any of these things. So what is another example of fundamentals? Protocols. I think also some development methodology ideas that are not specific to any specific domain. I'm still talking about the basics. I'm talking about like being able to grep for stuff, being able to edit, know how to do multi-cursor edits or macros in your editor, knowing how to find your way around a foreign code base. That stuff is also universally good to know how to do. For me personally, it's also the idea of I remember of me in the past needing to see code in a structured manner, like files that were not too big so that I could keep in mind exactly what the structure was at all times. Always having a sidebar with the project structure where every file was in which directory so that I could navigate it structurally. But there's a different approach where you just give up on all of that. You allow files to be as big as they need to be because you give up the idea of knowing precisely where is everything at a given point in time. You give up also the idea of always having in mind precisely what is the full structure of the project, and instead you start doing a structured search. So you search in here for a function that you need. So fatal. So I don't remember where fatal is necessarily, but I know that I can search for it. And then same for files. So for example, schema stuff, I know that it's under schema. And so I search for schema and then I look at all the paths that get suggested to me and I pick the right one. That's the idea. Let's see. Mandatory is not what I would say, but maybe know about it and maybe understand why they might have that as a requirement. I've been through the flip where Node is banned on spot and I'm going to use PHP. Wait, what? So you've been at a company that used to do Node and then they gave up Node and went PHP instead? I understand the first part. I could see the first part happening. The going to PHP part surprises me a little bit. I mean, not terribly, but huh. Anyway, Hello from Twitch. Wait, what do you mean hello from Twitch? As in Twitch the company? Wait, are you working at Twitch and is Twitch doing PHP? Is that what you're saying? What kind of boomer is the CTO? No, well, but you know what? I could see that. You ban Node. Here, okay, here's one that I think it would be more I could see happening more. You ban Node in favor of Go, for example. So you keep doing things in a high-level programming language, a newish one. You still have a good ecosystem, but you give up dynamic typing and all the, let's say, Node weirdness for Go, which is static executables, faster. I don't know. I could see that happening. Example architecture is typically something that is great, that has great theoretical principles. It promotes things like pure stateless programs and core logic, pushing IO to the boundaries. Yeah, but like these things are, I'm not saying that these things are necessarily wrong ideas. No, none of these things is like 100% wrong. Even clean code isn't necessarily 100% wrong. There's, what is it? Onion architecture, yeah, DI solid. What is it also? Data, not data. Domain DDD, right? Domain driven design. DDD, in my opinion, DDD is not bad or like all that wrong. But there's like some ex-colleagues that would be like religious about that stuff. And they were like, oh, no, you have to, this thing is a value object because of this relationship, this abstract. It's like they would have end with this like explanations that could come from a fucking religious book almost. And it's like, dude, just make this fucking thing work. Anyway, point is, I think the problem is when you get convinced that you should invest 100% of your energy into trying to decipher the true nature of DDD. That, I think, is the pitfall. And I think that DDD gives you good ideas, but I still strongly believe that if you understand your fundamentals really, really well, it gives you a minor boost as well. At best, sorry. It gives you a minor boost at best because probably most of the same good design decisions you will be able to come up on your own without needing to follow DDD uncritically. And people who do follow DDD uncritically end up into like weird rabbit holes where they feel like it needs to be done in a certain way. But their reasoning is not based on any concrete property that would genuinely make the software run better, be more maintainable, be faster to make. It's just that they have this book that they want to apply, that has principles that they want to apply to their development, and they don't understand where exactly it connects to reality, and so they just apply it wholesale. And then when challenged need, they go insane. Okay, so let's do a nice print. So if a top level name doesn't resolve to anything, I think we should make it a fatal error. Actually, should we or should we not? I don't know. Should it be fatal or not? I actually don't know for sure. Let's make it non-fatal. There we go. Error path something is not a directory nor a Ziggy/Ziggy schema file. That's people that don't really understand the books right. The idea behind those is to promote principle of vocabulary to talk about, not to understand. If you don't understand the principles, read the book. Not that they're necessarily good. Just having vocabulary to talk about theoretical things is important, really. Sure. Sure. So I think it's fine to make this a non-fatal error. So we basically then we print this and then we continue. And we continue to the next path. It's called also path argument because it's an argument that you gave to the executable. So path argument is not a directory nor a Ziggy/Ziggy schema file. I think this is nice. Okay, and then we continue. So what are we missing here? There is, I think, just one last thing missing from this whole thing, which is the fact that right now printing is not synchronized. Previously, we were only processing one thing at a time, so only one thing at a time could be doing any printing. But now we have the problem that we need to so writing to a file is fine. Writing to a file is fine, but printing out error messages. So here, whatever we do prints, these are not synchronized, and that will garble the output. So we need to both have synchronized prints on everything, pretty much. So how we do this? How do we do this? Well, we need a standard out. I think we need a standard out lock for this printing, and we need a standard error lock maybe for some other printing. Let me see. So here we read file. Here we call fmt Ziggy. And guess what? This bad boy prints to standard error. So we also need to synchronize standard error. And we need to stop using std debug print. We need to start using the stdr writer interface. So this is the last thing I think that we need to do. And then this guy will be fine. This command head will have been ported. Honestly, more work than I thought. std print is locked already. Is it? I don't think it is. Oh no, it is. You're right. It is indeed. So maybe that is good. Thank you. Although, so here's the problem. One call to this guy is locked, but we're not locking the full block of errors. So those errors will be intermixed. And at this point, here's what I'm thinking. That if those things can be intermixed, so here's what I would do then. We probably want to print to a buffer, and then we just want to flash the buffer all at once. So we do an unlock print, basically. I think this should be the answer. Yeah, I think this should be the answer. Okay, give me a second. I'll be right back, and then we can do the work. BRB. Okay, I'm back. Do. Here, lock is a recursive mutex. Seems like you can just do lock stdr before the loop and defer unlock stdr. Ooh. Oh, thank you, Crypto. Good to know. Good to know. Good to know. That is an interesting trade-off, right? We either allocate and we do a one-shot syscall, which is not guaranteed to succeed, though. So actually, we need to huh. Hmm. Ha ha. Hmm. Ha ha. Ha ha. Ha ha. Okay, let's fix then standard error printing to make sure that it is what we want it to be. Let's not do the allocation path then. I mean, we could. We do have a GPA in here, to be fair. To be fair, we totally do have that. Yeah, I think it's fine. So there we go. Oh, okay. Let's look at the behavior here. So if there are syntax errors, we do process exit 1. That is interesting. I think this is new stuff. I think I made some of these changes. I don't remember if it was like this in the past, but I mean, obviously this is a little bit too aggressive, right? There were syntax errors in this file, then we don't. Well, actually, let me think about it. Do we hard exit? I think that hard exiting might not be a bad idea. Exiting might not be a bad idea because we do want to give we do want a non-zero return value. No, let's not do this. Let's try to see if we can. Oh, but there's the schema checking part, right? Which we are not implementing right now. Oh, you know what's interesting? We actually now are in a position to be able to implement schema checking. So this was commented out because I regressed a bunch of this stuff. But now we are in a position where we could totally do that kind of stuff. Uh-huh. 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 So let's see, where is format Ziggy being called from? Two places. Directly from std input and from format file. And here we do try. Oh, interesting. So we try, so we return the error right away. So if this was the error, then we could totally um just handle it here. And here we could decide if this is a fatal or not, but it should, more than a fatal, it should be an any error. Yeah. I don't remember. What is it that this guy gives us? Load store swap store. Atomic order. Jesus. Relaxed? I don't know. Is that an atomic order that we have? No. What are atomic orders? An order, monotonic. I think an order is fine. How does it know it's racing against itself and not a higher level lock? The lower priority can go through. No, I don't think it works this way. I think it works based on the thread. So a thread, the same thread will basically always be able to lock the lock, and then the lock will have, I guess, a counter. So every time you call release from the same thread, the counter will be decreased, and when the counter goes to 0, the lock will be correctly released also for other threads. I think that's how recursive locks work. They kind of suck. They're just a very sucky idea, but okay. So we sort through in any error. Kind of action at a distance to be fair, but yeah. Okay, so we return error.syntax. And format Ziggy schema. I guess we can. Oh, well, would you look at that? God damn it. Okay. Hello, Eric. So this stuff seems fine. I think we're good. I think we're good with regards to this. FNV schema was already doing the right thing, although it's not reporting errors. So there's logic missing in both cases. We'll look into that in a second. But when it comes to printing to standard error, this part is fine. We're missing printing to standard out. So here's what we could do. we never print to standard out. The only place where we print to standard out is when you pass in the check flag and it's in here. Or, well, I guess it would be also in Ziggy schema, but like we don't do that a lot. We could create a dedicated lock for it. Or, you know what we could do? We could be naughty. Just a little bit naughty. We could reuse the standard error lock. That also would work. That also would work. That is not good code, but it would definitely work. That would work. Okay, let's double check. We're doing format file. We need a standard out writer. If we have the check flag, then we store through here. So any error dot store through unordered. Log standard error. Guarantee that we print correctly to standard out, and then we return. Otherwise, oh, 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 oh. Maybe we can tweak this to be the opposite. Like if not check, we do the actual writing. And yeah, no, I'm doing this as a complete replacement for this. Also, why were we storing true instead of check unconditionally? Wait, sorry, I'm gonna undo a little bit. But what was the logic in here? I undid a little bit too much. If check and the error start true, but how do you know there were errors? Oh no, it's not right, because if it in the check case, the fact that the files are not the same is an error. So the simple fact that we got this far is an error. Okay, so we can do it like this. Else this, and then this guy can go here. And I think we have made it better. So if we are in check mode, then we do this. You know what? I think it's even better if we do this. If check, complain, otherwise override, and then logs under error and print. Nice. This is a good structure. I like it. Okay. So with this, I think we have fixed every single problem that we had, except that there's a bit of functionality missing, but that we're gonna add next. But the big stuff should be there. So let's take a look at how we're doing. Actually, we can do zip builds. Let's see how we're doing with compile errors in general. Not a function. No. Are you saying that we cannot do dot detect because it returns an optional? Type enum literal. No. No. But you know what's funny? I think if I made it this way, I think this would work. No, it still does not work. Never mind then. I don't remember how decoliterals um mm, isn't the tag missing the self arg? No, because you can do dot init on things. And actually, it's specifically the opposite of a self thing if you think about it, right? Yeah. So okay, where was that line? That's sad. Wait, can I do this then? That works. Oh no. This is so sad. I think the problem is the fact that it's I think the problem is the fact that it has a optional return value, I'm guessing. Okay, check. Mem allocator found bool 139. So GPA is being given to us. Okay. Expected type conjugate found have heap string. Dot bytes. Dot bytes. Dot bytes. Dot bytes. Yeah, there we go. There's a few errors that we're not handling in this switch, huh? Timeout, input, output, system resources. Is there cancelled? Right. So here, mm, I think I would do it like this. I think I would do else. Invalid format string. And there's no await. Okay. Hello, Vlad. Okay, so this is done. What was the other error? Await. Let's just wait. Man, this is so sad. What is the atomic order of this load? Monotonic? I don't freaking know. We built. Okay. So we have just a little bit of functionality missing that we need to implement, which is schema checking for Ziggy documents and schema checking for Ziggy documents and error printing for schemas. So let's just do error printing for schemas because it's well, pretty much literally the same freaking thing here that we have here, just here. So AC errors len, main location get selection, print the thing. It's like it's a one-to-one, same exact pattern that we're using here as well. So are you happy with it? It is happy. Okay, so formatting schemas is okay, this is complete. Now we need schema checking in this case. Okay, let's start with the how do we load the schema. By the way, I know that this is confusing, but there are like schemas here have two roles. They can be files that we are processing, that we are formatting, but there's also a special schema that gets passed in as a flag. So here you can do -- schema, and this is the Ziggy schema file that will be used when formatting the other Ziggy files. Although, should we do this? Why is ZigFMT multi-threaded? I'm making it now. It was not multi-threaded before. Now it is going to be multi-threaded. And the answer is just because that allows you to format multiple files all at once more efficiently. If you have plenty of cores to spare, then Z will use those to do more work faster. So I'm starting to be a little bit uncertain about this schema idea. Maybe Ziggy FMT should not accept a schema as an argument. Because what is the point? I mean, the point is that it will tell you that there are schema mismatches, true. And it is true that there is Ziggy check that will check the schema, that will check Ziggy documents against Ziggy schemas. But well, I think the difference is that Chrome is hoarding those resources to do a bunch of useless crap work. Here, this is a one-shot CLI tool, so the faster it runs, the happier everybody is. So it's not gonna hoard those resources for a long time. It's just gonna run faster and close faster, and that's it. Chrome is, I don't know, kind of a different story in my opinion. So, should Ziggy FMT accept schemas? I'm starting to think that it should not. I'm starting to think that this should be a feature that we remove. And maybe we can reintroduce it in the future if we think it makes sense. Yeah, you know what? Let's do this for now. Because there's also another problem. At a surface level, it doesn't seem like a bad feature. You just pass in a schema, and so you also get schema checking for free, which it's not a bad idea since we're already doing the work to parse those documents. Might as well do some schema checking, might as well toss some schema checking in there. The problem is Um, is having multi-threaded formatters common? What is accomplishing that could not be done by just starting multiple FNT processes? Um, what is achieving is that you might be passing in a directory. So this formatter can be given a directory, and it will recursively search the directory for extra stuff, for all documents. And so if it's multi-threaded, it will automatically take advantage of that. And so how do you do that the same way with multiple FNT processes? You would need to have somehow you will need to be able to split your pool of documents that you want to process across. Like, you need to chunk them into n groups somehow. Maybe if you do have n subdirectories, then sure, you can call ZigFMT once for each directory separately, and it would work. But yeah, it's obviously not something that you can always do reliably or comfortably. So yeah. Would FMT ever change the formatting based on schema? That is a great question, right? That is maybe the question in a sense. What would that be the impact? I'll tell you. So here's the other problem. By the way, this is a great question. Kind of a thing that would make or break, right? Like whether it would help me make a final decision. The other problem is this. I want to have nuanced rules for how schemas are matched to Ziggy documents. So, for example, I want to have this idea where if you have a file, foo.ziggy, and you have next to it foo.ziggy-schema, then foo.ziggy-schema will be automatically be picked up as the schema file for that doc, for foo.ziggy. Then I want to have another system where so that would be the most how can I say? Basically, I want a hierarchy of ways of matching schemas to documents. So that would be the top priority one. Then the second one would be that you have a .ziggy schema. So it's a Ziggy schema file, but without anything in the name part, like just the file extension, which also implicitly makes it a hidden file, which I think it's a neat secondary property. So the .ziggy schema would be the schema file that automatically applies to all Ziggy documents in that directory and any subdirectory, unless there's a deeper .ziggy schema file, or if a given Ziggy schema file a given Ziggy file has a Ziggy schema file with the same exact name. So my point then is, maybe this tool should observe the same system. Like maybe this tool should try to load those documents that way and use them. And in that case, then the -- schema argument, what would that do? What would that do? Do schemas or Ziggy enforce an order to keys? It is another good point. No, we do not enforce any key order for now. Should the auto formatter, though, sort them using the same order in the schema for you? Like, not enforced, but like, should that be something that the formatter does automatically? I don't know. Maybe. Wow, that is such a convenient way of calling Ziggy on multiple files. I'm sorry. I mean, sure, that works, I guess, but that is making me think that, well, the fact that that's how you have to do it, then if that is the most comfortable way that you can make this happen, then might as well just make the thing multi-threaded on its own. By the way, if you really hate the multi-threaded nature, you can make a single-threaded build of this tool and it will work fine. And it will not do any useless work. So it will be optimal also this when you make a single-threaded build. So here's what I will say. Let's take out the schema part until we have a good plan for it. Yeah, there are plans for a binary format for sure, but it will be a while before I get to those. For now, I'm focusing on the text representation model, and then after I'm done with that, I want to explore. There are like two things that I want to explore. Actually, maybe three, although two are kind of intertwined. So I definitely want to explore binary representation and how that would influence also the schema language, because the schema language right now, I think, is purposely missing some detail in how you express. For example, you have numbers, you have int, but you don't have int as in like U64 or U32. So you don't have that granularity available to you for now. Maybe one, but I could see that when we start thinking about binary, then maybe it would make sense to change that. So, but for the text representation, that is much less important. So we'll see. What else? So yeah, that's something I want to do eventually. The second thing that I want to do is take a look at basically having the ability to not only, so this is something that people think of as a very common use case. You want to parse a document into a type, right? So you do something like const person equals, or like config equals ziggy dot parse. Sorry, you do lowercase config configuration, and then you pass in, the string GPA string, something like this, right? Or the bytes that you read, and so that gives you a configuration instance, which is cool. But I also want to do the use case where instead of starting from a type and you load every single field from this document, what I would like to do to support instead is the idea that you do const config equals something with some defaults. So you do dot foo equals true, blah blah blah, some more stuff like that, and then after that you do ziggy parse. Maybe this is a different parse, like parse, I don't know, in place. Not a great name, but just to give it a different name, you do parse in place, and you pass config GPA and bytes. The idea being that instead of parsing an entire thing anew, you override what's in the document, but you keep all the things that were like you keep the defaults that you started with in here, and you just override what is present in here. Which would basically mean that this would accept. Actually, I don't know how that would work. I guess this would have to accept missing fields or something like that. I have to work it out, but you get the idea, right? You do this, and then you maybe can do it multiple times, and like you have some form of hierarchy of like these are like system-wide configuration. This is user level configuration. This is directory level configuration. That kind of stuff. Maybe these come from this. This come from a CLI argument. This come from an environment variable. That kind of idea. The last idea related to this is templating. I want also to tackle the idea of templated Ziggy documents that then you can pass through a template engine and obtain, fully evaluated Ziggy documents similarly to how people template YAML and company, with the difference that I want the templating language to be part of the language. So the templating would be part of the language and would not be curly blazed shit bolted on top. How that will look like precisely, I don't know yet. But these are, roughly speaking, my plans for the future with Ziggy. Okay, so let's rip off all the schema stuff. There we go, success. Let's see what happens with new fields. Ideally, you would pass a default object and it would return a new object, not update the existing one. Well, either way, I think it doesn't make a big difference. But yeah, this is the general gist. The idea of being able to overlay multiple things on top of one another, in a sense. That's the idea. But the problem is that this would then you would need to have this concept of a non-complete Ziggy file, because the Ziggy file would be allowed to be only partial, and if not, then there would be, I guess it would be like the concept of nullability would need to be special cased in a certain sense, because then it would need to allow you to say this field is omitted. It's not just that the field is present and its value is null. The idea is this field is not defined. And those would need to be two separate ideas. Because you would need to say, because then you would need to make a decision that says semantically a field being set to null in this context should be interpreted as keep whatever value you had before, do not put there null. I haven't worked out all the details. It's a general idea. Also, another thing that I want to explore is the concept of versioning of schemas and how that should interact with documents and the tooling. So I want to have a holistic design for all these things. It's just that, one step at a time, I'm still working on the basics, but we are making progress. So we'll get there. Okay, so this works. And at this point, what I think we should do is make a test directory and pump some stuff in there and see where that leads us. I'm gonna call it bench. And in here we do foo.ziggy, and then we copy it on multiple times, I guess. I can copy some also from my test cases. Although these are mostly schema test cases. No, never mind. That is wrong. These contain plenty of normal Ziggy code. Okay. How do we make like 100 copies in a single command? I guess it's a for loop of some kind. I've never done for loops, man. I don't remember. Fish for loops. For var name in values. For I in foobar buzz. Okay, so I want a for with a range. And then the command and then the end. Fish range. I don't know. Well. Maybe for is not the right thing. Maybe it's a fish while. While condition. God damn it. Numeric range. No. SEQ. That works. Yep, that seems good. There's also do. There's no do in fish, so semicolon. Right? So this is it. God damn it, man. How do you expand this fucking it's dollar instead of curlies? There we go. Okay. So we have a bunch of full ziggies. Unable to write full 75.zig. File not found. Unable to write to foo-5.ziggy. Bad path name. Okay, so sus stuff is happening. Truly sus stuff is happening. What is going on here? So we're definitely in the format there case. Open path, iterate, file, attacked on base name, dupe path. Oh yeah, look at what I'm doing. I'm doing the opposite. If it is single threaded, we don't dupe. If it is not single threaded, we dupe. kind of a big problem, huh? To get this wrong. So okay, so we got that right, but I think there was still a problem with opening paths. Let's see. Oh, I guess this can stay then. Bad path name. Unable to write to for the Zig bad path name. What does bad path name mean? Also, fatal error. Unable to write to foo5.ziggy bad path name. Why is it a bad path name? I mean, we're doing this off of CWD. These paths are not complicated. Do we need to dupe Z them? Do we for some reason need to dupe Z these things? So this is an atomic file problem, it seems. Bad path name. I'm actually not sure. What happened? We need some printing, I think. We need some printing to tell us what the problem is. So unable to write to. Also, it seems that we have some bugs still. Why is this Zig? Why is this just Zig? Wait, are we actually building? Oh, we're not building. That's the problem. We never built. Okay. There's some debug printing that I should probably get rid of. Where is this fix up question mark stuff coming from though? The ASD? There you go. Fix up applies. Okay. So get rid of that. Then what else do we need to do? We need to do schema checking. So even though we do not pass a random, we do not accept to pass a specific schema for to detect duplicate fields, for example, we still need to do schema checking. We just do it against a default schema. How would that work? So let me think about it for a second. Or do we not do that at all? You know what? For now, let's not do that at all. Okay, I think it's fine. Okay, so we have this. Oh, you know what? I don't remember if Ziggy Sync is a release build or not. Well, that is unfortunate. I guess it's not. Extended type void found comp time int. Interesting. Oh shit. 963. So there's a bunch of stuff that needs to be updated for the release case that which I haven't done yet. 963, huh? What was it? Runtime safety, right? Oh man, so many of those. Kind of a big difference, huh? In performance. Jesus. Kind of a big difference. Well, that's unfortunate. We need a release build of this stuff before these changes. Can we poop it? We cannot really poop it. We can try, but I'm a Mac, so I can't poop. And I cannot use poop. I can hyperfine it, I guess. I mean, it's fast. 1 millisecond to do this. It's okay. And each document is a reasonable amount of stuff. Not insane, but like a reasonable amount. It's fine. Um, so here's what I can do. I can git stash. And this is all FMT still. So I can zig up 0.15.1. I can Zig build release fast. Please don't give me a build error. Please just work for strike. Please, please, please. Fuck. Oh, it has the same problem. Okay, we can fix those problems. I have no x86 and I must poop. Yes, that is the problem, huh? I think it works. I think poop works on ARM. I might be wrong, but I think it does work on ARM Linux. It just doesn't work on my virtual machine. And I think it doesn't because my virtual machine is, well, a virtual machine. Can you alternatively build in latest code in single threaded mode? That is such a good point. Man, crypto code. Yeah. That is such a good point. Oh, we're also getting a new version of Master Zig. Okay. Git stash pop. Single thread. Wait, is this a setting that I need to put in my Zig build? I guess it is, huh? Okay, let's make a release build multi-threaded. Right, if it's single threaded, we cannot use the SMP allocator. Also, I wonder what will happen to the LSP tool if we try to make that single threaded. I guess at worst case, we comment it out. Wait, I'm using general purpose allocator. What the heck is going on here? Who is using SMP allocator then? I'm confused now. I guess I want a reference trace. Format arena. Main 74. Wait, as FNT be choosing its own allocator for whatever reason instead of accepting one? No, it is accepting one. It's not using its own. We have a GPA implementation in there. SMP. There's no mention of SMP allocator. What? What is going on? There's a mystery. There's a mystery happening. So debug allocator. Yeah, didn't this guy also get renamed to debug allocator? Is general purpose allocator still a thing? I guess it is because we can get to its definition, but it's also not an alias to debug allocator. Is it the opposite way? No. I'm so weirded out. They copy pasted it? FMT69 also. FMT. Okay, I have no idea what's going on in here anymore. What the heck? Reference by SMP allocator format arena 169. Oh, there we go. I'm an idiot. Okay, finally. We figured it out where I was using SMP allocator. Well, fuck. So this needs a switch. So if it's not single thread, I think we can just straight up do it like this. And you know what? This is making me want to do it the other way around. Not single threaded, this guy, else, whatever else we need to put there. So how do we do this? We need to make a GPA for it. It would be nice if we could be given a GPA, but the problem is that we cannot be given a GPA. We need to make our own GPA here. And it either leaves outside here or we need to put it in a struct. So I think we're going to put it in a struct. We need to namespace it. Here we go. Single thread. Oh no, it's built in, I think. And I don't remember. Single threaded. Okay. There we go. Thread. Add. Okay, happy now? Okay. So it works. It's also pretty fast, huh? So I mean, that seems fair, right? Okay, what's using so much of my system? Who's hoarding all those resources, huh? Arc Core Browser Helper. Oh man. Okay, so my browser is using a bunch of resources. That's fine. But here's what I wanted to show. Look at the resource consumption. Man, this fucking browser is using way too much. Dude, I have like 5 tabs open. Why is it using so much of my computer? Well, okay, now it's ghosty. But Arc is up there constantly. Okay, just momentarily, let's get rid of this stupid browser. No more music. Is this any better? Seems so, but the graph is still showing like 60% utilization from what? Core services, caffeine, pork start. Like now we're down a lot. Why is it still showing 60% utilization? What the heck is going on? Shell known, yeah. Aren't you encoding video? No, I'm not. That's a different computer. Did I sudo htop? Error opening terminal external ghosty. It really weirds me out that this stuff is like this. Well, anyway. Guess we can reopen the browser. Doesn't change much. Before you continue. Yeah, no. Keep your cookies, man. Okay. Yeah, let's do shell none. Okay, my point is, look at how, in theory, when testing the multi-threaded version of Ziggy, there should be better resource consumption. There should be all cores running for the duration of that chunk of the text of the test. And you can see that happening. Yes, indeed. Not super clear because we have this thing always occupied, but you can see that, right? First half doesn't use much. Second half clearly uses more, and the difference is 3 times the performance. And the difference can be tweaked because the more files we have and the bigger they are, the more you will see the difference. So win, I would say. We asynced Zig FMT. We haven't asynced any other command. But yeah, we asynced Zig FMT. We survived. Pretty much the entirety of the work is turning a single-threaded logic into multi-threaded logic. That's it. That was the entirety of the problem. The efficiency cores going max out, maybe. Yeah, that could be it. Still, I don't remember those things being always... oh. Fail to suspend one machine, insufficient disk space. Well, fuck. But I think we can... So I think we can remove this to have sufficient space now. In fact, we don't. Free an additional 18 gigabytes and try again. Oh no. Well, you know what else we can do? We can shut down. That's also an option. Does that free some of the cores? No. I don't know what's going on with this machine. I don't know. I hope the crypto thingy running in the background is producing some good value, I guess. Math parsers still the best intro. I have no idea what you are referring to. Sorry. Are you using IO threaded or the green thread pool? I'm using IO.threaded. I think there is no real reason. Well, I take it back. There is some reason to use the green thread pool, maybe. But that would require more fine tuning. So no, I'm using IO.threaded for the ZCLI tool. Yeah. Which I will admit is not optimal. Yeah, but here's the problem. There is still the problem where you start trying to open a bajillion files and reading them, and you potentially start hitting file descriptor limits. So you would need to have a safeguard against that. While in this current case, what happens with IO.threaded is that you use some of the multi-threading. You do some multi-threading, but then since I'm using async, notice how I'm using async, not concurrent. So I basically use 12 cores and then I stop, kinda, in theory. Actually, you know what? Oh, never mind, because I'm using Andrew's implementation. Let me use my implementation. Holy shit, we can benchmark Andrew's implementation against mine now. Keeping in mind, though, that Andrew's implementation is unsound, so that one will need to change. So if I build with Zig 1, that has my changes to threaded, see what happens. Is that like the 1.0 build of Zig? Yes, we actually had it for a while now. We're just waiting before releasing to the public a few years. But if you're in the core team, you get super early access to it. No, it's just a copy of the Zig compiler on my machine that has some changes that I made locally. So Zig1 build is fast, and then we copy and we call it Ziggy MT 1. and there's a bug in my code. Who would have guessed that the one thing that I changed now has a bug? 506. Cannot spawn thread when building in single threaded mode. That sounds about right. Okay, let's go fix this. What is it? 506. Oh, I see. I need this. And I think on concurrent, no, concurrent we do it right. Okay, this was the fix. Okay, that's it. I fear we might be deadlocking. God damn it. God damn it. This shit happens and of course I'm like shows up, huh? That looks like a deadlock to me. Well, god damn it. Okay, let's take this guy out of the race temporarily and then we can diagnose what's going on. Let's see. What happens? Process has been terminated by a signal. Oh my god. Really? To be fair, I did say that there was a POC that I did not test, but well, that is disappointing, man. We have bugs, huh? I did not expect to have this many bugs. Jesus. It's really weird though because it should not be. Oh, you know what? I know what's going on. So here's what we are doing here. In this code, we are only using group async, which is the one thing that I really didn't give a fuck when doing the other implementation. And so I probably half-assed it like real hard because we're not using async or concurrent. We're using group async and group concurrent. And I bet you that I left some, I don't know, dumb shit in there, I guess. Or also the fact is that I think I didn't bother like fully understanding them 100%. So maybe I also made some, introduced some other logic error. That said, I mean, if it's single threaded, run the thing immediately. This should not fail. I didn't even touch it. I did touch the rest of the logic, yes. And maybe I did something bad elsewhere. But in single threaded mode, I really didn't touch anything. Well, Should it return immediately? Yes. In single-threaded mode, you literally run the function and return. Keep in mind that it returns void, but yeah, you do return immediately. Actually, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how it should be. So are we deadlocking? That doesn't look like my fault. If that's where we're stuck, um, that's not my fault. That being said, why does it bork with my build? Oh, you know what? Here's one thing that we're not doing. That is not an apples to apples comparison. Here's what it is. Right. Mm, mm, mm-hmm. Okay, now we have rebased. And now we should rebuild the compiler. To commit. Can I see all my aliases? Do I need to go into my config? Uh, gc git commit dash v. Dash v adds the diff in the comments. And I like it. It's nice. Okay, so I don't know. Maybe this will fix the problems that we're having. Maybe it won't. Who knows? But it seems weird to me that it is my fault. Although, you know what? Here's where it could be my fault. In the init function. Maybe I fucked up something in the init function. Init. So we're definitely thinking the CPU count. We are setting it to a higher value than 1 in single-threaded mode. That might be a problem. CPU count maybe should be 1 or even 0. No, because we use 0 to mean unlimited, so it should be 1. And then we should subtract 1 to this value every single time. Oh, no, right. That's the point. The point is that we're, in theory, in single-threaded mode, there's init single-threaded. Oh, wait a second. You know who is supposed to be doing init single-threaded in single-threaded mode? That's me, the user. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. In any case, now we're waiting for Zig to build. Yeah, so you know what was probably happening? Because it was not calling init single-threaded, I was probably... Yeah, actually, I genuinely have no idea because I was thinking maybe I was trying to spawn a new thread, but no, spawning a new thread fails with a compile error if you even attempt. So my guess was that maybe I was trying to spawn a thread and that thread was expecting some setup work to have been done at some point, but in single-threaded mode, that setup work never happens. And so then maybe that's why it was getting stuck. But no, creating a new thread is caught at compile time. So I don't know what was happening. Hmm. Dead on analyzing the x86 backend stuff. Jesus. Man, between crypto and the x86 backend, it's like it's a race of which code is more semi heavy. I think that crypto gets pulled into this build process. One reason why it gets called maybe has to do with the web server, I'm guessing. Uh, Maybe DNS. That's actually something that I don't know enough. That's stuff that I should probably um, know more, but I don't because it's relatively new, and I just was out of the web dev Hunger Games when it became a thing. But I think that like well, in any case, there's some certificate validation stuff and secure connection stuff that the compiler does, and that's why crypto gets pulled in, I'm guessing. I don't know precisely what and where though. Yeah, Gembody. I think we hit the big boss of x86 now. This is ready to go. Okay, while we wait, then here's what we can do. Hmm. I also need to add a new collaborator. Do-do-do-do-do. Okay, so with this, Bristol has a new event announced. This bold you must always be using Luna. Uh, oh, they will check your tickets. Okay, so this is a case where they need to have a list. Okay. Okay. This is still building, but here's what I can show you in the meantime. So somebody posted this in Discord saying this is sync versus async. But notice how they still in this image they still conflate async and concurrency, right? They still conflate asynchrony and concurrency. And so yeah, sure. Task A, task B. I mean, wait. The fact that these are two different pipes also. Um, okay, so here's how we fix this. First of all, this needs to be one pipe, right? We can agree that this should be one pipe, and then task A and task B they go down one pipe. I would say. And, I mean, task B starts only when task A finishes. That is fine, right? This sentence I would say is fine. It's an example. Like this is saying in a synchronous context, task B can only start when task A is finished, and we assume that ordering is provided by the names. Fine. Then async is not like this. And I think that in the case of async, it's fine to show two pipes. Although I would say this is more concurrency that is showing rather than asynchrony. Because the idea is then you can think of each pipe as a unit of concurrency, or let's say for simplicity, a thread. And so you have two threads, and then you can start A and B on two different threads, and they can overlap execution. And even look, this is labeled async, but then down here it says task A and task B run. Let ignore the S. There's no S here. And task B run concurrently, and that's fine. But then that means that you're showing concurrency. You're not showing asynchrony. Yes, sure. For things to be concurrent, they need to be asynchronous first. But you're not showing the property of asynchrony. You're still conflating it with concurrency. And I find this kind of the core point, right, of the work that we're doing. The innovative part of the work that we're doing is the fact that we actually do distinguish between asynchrony and concurrency. And for some reason, nobody does that. And they mix the two concepts. And then they miss out because they don't know what they can get by understanding that the two things are separate. So I think the text is mostly fine. The fact that these two things are two different pipes kind of puzzling. You know what? If I try to put myself in the shoes of who's had to do the actual work of designing these things, you know, you make a nice application, a nice animation, and then you copy paste it twice, uh, and then you're done. Anyway. Okay, here we're at the end. We're macho flashing. Computer is dying. We're getting there. When we get to this point, it's like, there we go. Success. Okay, let's see how this is gonna work then. I should probably eat at some point. I think I'm gonna not interrupt the stream. Just take a half an hour break, eat something, and then come back. This is ST1. Yes. So out of curiosity, it's going to bench. Oh, now we don't deadlock anymore. So you know what that means? You want to know what that means? It means that it was not my fault. It means that that deadlock was in there. Somebody else snuck that deadlock in there. It was not me. There we go. Now build not single threaded. Um, empty one. Let's do the hyperfine, the one with everything in it. Okay, so ST now doesn't break anymore, and it's the same as before. Like there is a tiny difference between this and this, but it's this is noise. This is 100% noise because these things are doing like exactly the same thing at the end of the day. They're literally at calm time short circuiting to running the thing immediately. So the machine code is identical pretty much, minus I don't know, the artifacts introduced by the compiler. Like I don't know, the machine code might not be one to one. It might not be exactly the same, but it's essentially the same for sure. So good. It doesn't deadlock, so that's nice. We still have MT that poops itself though. Why? We segfault. Why? We segfault. Okay, so yeah, this is definitely a bug introduced by me. Okay, I changed. There is this linked list stuff in the closure in the group stuff that I definitely messed with, and I clearly must have violated some invariant. And that is why this is pooping itself right now. So this tracks with what I was doing and the lack of well, I don't want to make it sound too bad, but yeah, I tweaked this, and I might have made a mistake in this part of the code, maybe where maybe this also must happen in some other case, and I don't know, maybe I made a mistake. So here's what I would say: I need to inquire about lunch and see what's gonna happen. Then I will come back, report what's happening, and then I will either continue for a bit more or immediately go into a half an hour break, and then I'll be back. Once I'm back, well, I guess we'll want to fix this bug in this implementation and try to make it not crap. Um, and then we benchmark it. Let's go. And my suspicion, here's my bet. My bet I was about to bet that my implementation would be better than Andrew's performance-wise. I think this might be the case. I'm not confident, but I think there is a chance that my implementation is better than his for this benchmark. Once we fix it. Right now, we haven't fixed it, so it's not better. So I'll be right back. Okay, so here's how it is. I'm gonna go take a lunch break now. There we go. Okay, so I'm gonna take my lunch break and then I'll be back and I'm gonna fix things. So I don't know. See you all in half an hour ish. Okay, I am back. Are we good? I think we're good. Okay. Let's resume the music. And let's resume also the work. So apparently I broke group async. What do you know? How did I do that? I don't know, but I did, apparently. So here we're doing some appending. Oh, I think we can see what the problem is. Here we're doing some appending, and then here we're baiting, and then here we're baiting, and then here we're baiting, and then blah, 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 blah. So here's my suspicion. This actually just needs to go down here so that we only do that once we actually commit. And I suspect that this is the full story. This is the full problem. There we go. Okay, now we can finally benchmark everything. Oh no, it's slower. 2.9, 2.6. We're slower. No, we're slower, but not by much. I think I think it is correct. No, I take it back. I think it is correct for my thing to be slower. But it's also fine. Okay. Success. What can I say? What am I doing? No, wait, is this a git commit and a pen all at once? Okay. Oh, I need to push rebase. Oh, since I rebased. Oh, you know what? Yeah. Yeah, just force push. Fuck it. Okay. Mm. So, success. So we ported Ziggy FMT. We tested it with everything that we needed to test. Okay. What do we want to do next? We can keep working on Ziggy. We can start asyncing Borg. We can start asyncing OK Redis. Maybe upgrading OK Redis and making sure that it works with latest Zig and that it has all the latest and greatest is not a bad idea. I don't know. Maybe I should do OK Redis and then we can come back to this later on. Maybe some other people will be curious to see the updated benchmark. Okay, let's see what we have on GitHub. To have APR. Aligned alloc with alloc resolves the problem. Okay. So we can close this. Okay, let's start supporting Zig 016. So starting point, I guess it's Zig build test. See where that leads us. That leads us to completion errors. There's no net. Yeah. So, okay. Start from root. Command, field reply, blah, 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 docs. So client. Okay, so initializes a client connection pipe provided by the user. Problem is this thing doesn't exist anymore. And at this point, I think that the user should bother with buffers and creating the reader and writer instances I guess. And we just accept a reader and a writer. So if we make this choice, it means that our client really does not concern itself with things like reconnecting if the connection fails, which is without a doubt a choice to be made. But I think it's fine. It's a choice that we can live with for now. So init options, out, reader buffer. Right. So what else do we have? We have init, close, send, and unlock, pipe unlock. So we could do the thing where we create the net stuff. I think that for now it's not a bad idea to do less work and change this to being out. Do less stuff for sure. Oh, we were able to close the connection. Okay, let's bail out on handling any of these things. So okay, I have a reader, I have a writer. There we go. Make one. So create a client. Call out. Blah blah blah. Error. Client broken. Blah 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 blah. List result. Okay. Return client. Nil. Unreachable. Error. If I think get code no auth. Error unauthenticated. Otherwise server too old. Okay. There's no more close. Let's see if we can make a compile error. Hmm. So make it a compile error. We could do a, we could add a init that basically awaits for any in-flight request to be fulfilled. And that should not be done at this level. Okay, everything else I think can be the same, except that now usage code needs to be different. So, well, let's keep fixing stuff. Oh, right. Yeah. Obviously, now send needs to be to work differently. Okay. Okay, I'll look at the commented stuff later on. Blah blah blah. Client W interface. No, it's just client W now. So there you go. Okay, this is referenced. We're hitting it because it's referenced somewhere. Client 281. Oh, raffle decals calls into it. Well, fuck. Let's just regress this docs stuff. I don't know what to do with it. Okay. Now the README needs to be different. We need to double check that this works. Oh, which we do in example. Example.zig. Nice. So we can do. Interesting because. Oh, there's a build.zig. Okay. Example. Yeah, this is it. Okay, that's what we wanted. So there's no net anymore. Um, So where you do this from? From IO directly? No mention of TCP anywhere. Um, there's net. What do you mean? We are inside of IO, the Zig, and in test there's this net variable. Oh, there we go. It's IO net. Okay, so I think we made progress. So you call connect on IP address. Okay, so you make an IP address and then so parse literal. So you do IP address parse literal and then you do dot connect. Wait, was it not parse literal? On IP address. Oh, it's not just address. Try parse literal. Oh, there is parse IP4. Okay. Resolve. Listen, bind, connect. Now we need an IO instance. Hey, was it this simple to start an IO instance? Really? Oh, there's the single thread shit. Okay, we're just missing the for the init. Okay. Okay, so we connect. What are the options? Mode, protocol timeout. Stream diagram. Okay, connection. Actually, what's in now? Yeah, user and pass. I think everything else can be pretty much the same. Let's see. Missing field mode. Stream, diagram. Okay. Oh, right. Writer has interface, reader has interface. No functions, no weird stuff. Okay. Okay. Um, mm, these should not have run without printing anything. First of all, I think that we do have prints in here. Yeah. So we're failing. We have at least a non-zero exit code. It seems that we do. Oh wait, we're building it. Are we running it? Yeah, we were not running it. Connection refused. That's actually what I expected. This is the correct error. So I can run ready server, and now it works. Okay. Okay. We're almost done. There is only one last thing that we need to do to make OKReady's work with new IO, which is make the concurrency part correct, which is currently not. It's all commented out. So that part is, instead of client, okay. There's a bunch of missing of commented out stuff. Okay, let's do this. So first of all, we need to make sure that we lock the reader and lock the writer as needed. And I think it should be like this. IO.lock doesn't exist. IO.mutex. Okay. And then IO.q. Then uh, oh, we need IO. Right. Of course we do. There we go. Actually, I don't know how to represent this. Oh, I thought with Q I would know what to do, but actually I don't. So there's put all, put uncancelable, put one, get one, get one uncancelable capacity. I think this is a queue with one element in it though. In a sense, like one token. Okay, let's see. Kind of a weird usage of this API, but let's see where this gets us. There you go. So it even has one item in it. So that means that I lock, but I don't have an API for queuing up. Oh, this is actually an interesting problem. I don't have a way of queuing up to be resumed and also release the lock after the fact. Holy cow. I think I need to manage my own mutexes and conditions myself or something like that. Or maybe my design is just impossible. No, it has to be possible. There is just no fucking way. It's just not possible with a queue. The problem is that how do I... exactly. Queuing is... Maybe there's no condition here. There's multiple conditions. Okay, so if there was somebody else queued up, we queue up behind them. Okay, so we unlock. We already have queued ourselves up, so that's fine. So we unlock, do the writing to do locking. This is flash stuff. I don't care. Okay. Okay. Then when we're here, we need to wait until it's our turn to read. So we need to wait for the condition. And I think the condition alone might not be enough. I think also we need to do the condition only if it's not only us, something like that. Either that or we pre-signal the condition here directly. Something like this. I might be misusing condition a little bit, but it's fine. I know how to fix this. Actually, you know what? No, it's probably, I know how to do it. Ready is a Boolean. And here we do KKR node. And by default, ready is false. And then here we do, instead of doing this, we do ready is true. Which we can actually do here. But make it var, I guess. Kind of sucks. Or no. You know what? There you go. While not ready, oh, and there is a mutex related to this. There is a mutex related to this. So it's not a condition that I want? Is it a reset event that I want? Man, if these things had better names. Well, no, I think it's actually fair because there is a read mutex that we want, right? Okay, that's fine. Okay, while not ready, we wait. And guess we defer releasing the read lock. And then we also defer, also need to signal something. Oh, this is interesting. But to find something to signal, we need to read from head, which we were previously kind of ignoring. And we shouldn't have. But also, we were modifying it earlier based on a lock. Well, now we need to modify it based on atomics. We need a pop. We need an atomic pop. It's either that or we need to grab a reader lock. Sorry, a writer lock. To be fair, we might just grab the writer lock. And here we do the rest. So, okay. Here we have the reader lock. Basically, what we want to do is this. That's what we want. We kind of want also to do this. We also want to do this. There we go. Okay. So we're only missing, I think, head management up here. Wait, no. We are modifying these things. Do we try to grab the writer lock? Fuck, the problem is that grabbing the writer lock. Hey, Infinite Coder. Thank you for the raid. Hello. Oh, damn. I think we need to do this atomically. We kind of need to pop this thing atomically. The problem is that we don't even know what to swap it with, though. Because in another context, if we would swap it with ourselves, but we can't. Okay, it's lock time. It's the Amazon life. Yeah, okay, we need a lock. And it means that this cannot be done as a defer then. Okay, we also need to think about how we not deadlock the application in case of things like connection errors. So that is also something else that we need to take into consideration. So I would do it this way. We grab the writer lock to do this. Yeah, I can do that, but man, then people will complain that they get 3 minutes of ads every hour. So there's no winning solution because the 3 minutes of ads per hour kind of suck as well. Like it's either 30 seconds of ads like kind of constantly, or once per hour you get hit with a truckload of ads and people just get annoyed by them, understandably, and leave. So you know what? I'll take the pre-roll ads, I think, over the alternatives. Although, you know, if people were like, if you're a true fan, then you will subscribe. But that's what Bezos wants you to say to people. So I don't know. Let's grab the writer lock. Let's grab the writer lock, but to grab the writer lock, we cannot do that in add defer. Well, we could. Uh, okay, this can be improved. Okay, sorry for the new people that joined. I'm not chatting much. So here's the rundown. I'm upgrading my Redis client written in Zig to the new async await stuff, and I'm trying to do some fancy stuff that, as far as I know, people generally do not do in their clients, which basically would, if I can pull off, will yield you in a sense you kind of get cross concurrent unit pipelining. But this is the first time I'm trying to make it work myself, and it's a bit of a mind bender because I'm trying to make it nice and optimal, but never done it before, so. Fuck, but we don't want to do this multiple times. We just want to do this once. We just want to do this once. So, like this. This works. Okay, and then we exit. We're kind of missing an exit, aren't we? Okay, so we break. And so we're here that we have both locks on hand. The question is, can we release the right lock quick? And I think the answer is yes, we can, if we pop the head right away. So I guess we can do it this way. The fuck am I doing? Yeah, like this. So we immediately save the head node. We replace it with the next node. We don't set it ready yet. Okay, so with this, we pop this immediately, and we can release the writer lock. Okay, we release the reader lock, which was our goal. And so that means that we can do the resting of the things. And then here we can do RQ. This is the writer lock, not the reader lock. Writer lock. We release the writer lock. Then we do the reading. We signal the other guy that it's time. We unlock it. Yeah. Okay, I think this might be it. I'm only missing setting up the linked list correctly on the other end. But this side is done. So let's see here. Then we look at the tail. We queue up, set the tail. And then we set ourselves as the new tail. And then if the old one was, if there was an old one and it was head, if there is a head, which there has to be. So client.rqh. So if the head is the same as the tail, then we replace also the tail. We become also the head. Else, if there was no tail, then we become also the head. Something like this. Oh, this is the one that could be made simpler, I think, with a double pointer. But I guess it's fine. Look at the tail. If there is a tail, we queue up behind the tail. We queue up behind the tail. And if that tail was the head... Oh, wait, what the heck am I doing? If that tail was the head, it stays the head, obviously. It is that if there is a tail, there has to be a head as well. So if there was no tail, then we become the head and the tail. Yes. Okay, now in here, we're not popping, so we need to pop, because I think here we're saying if there was a head, then it's next. But what about the tail though? Because I think with this we are leaving the tail in a inconsistent state potentially. So let's give it these curlies. So we look at the head. Oh man, I think I'm doing this wrong. I think I'm doing this slightly wrong. Okay, let me think. So, can there be no head? The answer is, I think not. I think we should be guaranteed that there is a head, because either there was none before, and then we became the head, or yeah, that's it. So like either somebody else has become the head in the meantime, and we were like queued up. There was already a tail, so there was already a head, and so we just queued up behind somebody else. Or worst case, it's ourselves. It's ourselves, which is something important to keep in mind, because if it is ourselves that we end up grabbing, then we should not try to wake ourselves. So so we know that there is a head necessarily, and we know there is a tail necessarily. So here we're saying, okay, RQH becomes its next, which might be null. What if there is, what about the tail? So if client dot rqt dot question mark is h, so if the tail, if the head was also the tail, then the tail goes to null. Which could also be written like this. Okay. And this is a proper pop, I think. Then down here, we say if there was a head, if h is different than node, if it's not ourselves, then we do stuff to it. Otherwise, we don't bother because it's ourselves. And we're already done. I think I did it. Well, minus the fact that we need to fix some programming errors, but yeah. Oh, and those pointers need to be optional. Oops. Okay, pointers need to be optional. And the condition variable. What do you init with? Wait, what? There's no init? I guess just curlies. Expected for arguments found 3. Oh yeah, we need to pass IO. What's the problem? No field name next in RQ node. Oh, well, kind of an important omission, huh? Expected client RQ node found cons client RQ node. That's fine. No, that is not fine. We need to mutate them. Oh shit, we need to be able to mutate them. Ooh, that is kind of an important detail. People from the outside need to be able to write to that memory. Because they need to flip the variable, for example. Right. So this can be var. This needs to be var. Yeah, that's a problem. Oh, there's a lock without argument. Okay, it's not completely broken. That said, this doesn't tell us much because we're not really stress testing it. We are doing just one run, and there's no concurrency going on at all. So we need to make this better. Sorry, we need to make a more compelling benchmark. So how do we make a more compelling benchmark? We need to basically have a bunch of concurrent things try to use the connection all at once, and we need a way to double check that they do the right thing. So what I think we can do is spawn, like launch n concurrent tasks. They all start at a random number, a different random number per each, and they keep decrementing a key in Redis every time that starts at that value, and they every step of the way they confirm that the variable has the expected -1 value all the way down to 0. Okay, let's try. Let us try. I do think though that we also need to have some special flag for single threaded mode where we basically skip all this bullshit, because in single threaded mode we really don't care about any of this stuff. So that's also something to keep in mind. Okay, bench.zig. Yeah, multi-threaded, that's fine. We make one connection. We make one client. And then we do this. Get CPU count. What's the actual thing called? SED thread get CPU count. Okay. We do. Oh, we do it with a group also. But the group doesn't have concurrent, only has async. God damn it. but it's fine. I guess we can still use async in this case. Let's see. Um, we can't do try though because we need to do catch unreachable or like catch panic for all of them. Or we can call countdown fallible. Oops. I need an allocator. Not like this. Okay. There we go. Okay. So this is fine. Maybe we should do some printing as well. Okay. Okay, we just need to make random numbers. I don't know, something like this. Default PRNG, which has an init. Is that the Redis port? Forget. 6379. We're being funny. Oh, it's random. Random int. Okay. So let's start with 1. And let's see how that goes. Problem with bench is it wants to import okay Redis, but this is fine. There you go. How about print expected 3 arguments found 2 of there. Value from a string num for type U32. Oh. Cannot assign to constant. Okay, it's working. We're starting from a pretty big number, but it's definitely working. Let's make this something smaller, something like a U16. Okay, that's nice. We are not exploding. We're definitely not exploding. Dare I say that I programmed this correctly? Really? We did it. We did it right. We did it right. Let's do this without a group though, and let's use concurrent. Hey, Karitam. Well, you're back just in time. So here's how it's going. I had a complicated piece of concurrent locking code that I needed to get right, and I had this design in, which is not super complicated, by the way. It's not a super complicated design. It's very basic stuff. It's just that I've never done it before. Even though I think that most clients just do not do this thing, and I think that they suck because they don't do it. But in any case, I had this design in mind for like ages, and then I never went and did it. And now I did. The problem is that the code, like if you look at it, it's a little bit gnarly. So the idea is this. Okay, I'll give an explanation for anybody who's interested of the idea, because I never explained it. So here's the idea. Normally, you have a client. So let's say that you have a Redis client with one Redis connection in it, and you want to use this connection from multiple threads or coroutines, whatever. So this is T1 and this is T2. So these guys want to use this connection. So standard approach is you have one lock for the connection / client. So you lock the T1 locks the client, and so T1 can now use the client and will write the request. Well, you know what? I'll say C because it's a command. We'll write a Redis command, wait some time, then receive the reply. You receive the reply, and then it releases the lock, which passes to T2, and now T2 can send the command, wait some time, get the reply. Now, what would be nicer is this. What if we were able to do this instead? What if we were able to do that T1 sends the command. Actually, let me delete this line. So T1 sends the command, queues up for a reader queue. So then it queues up for a reader queue where it ends up being in slot number, I don't know, 0. Waiting for, actually, I'll change this because let's do it this way. Let's say that this is the order. This is a queue. So this is T1 is the topmost element, sends the command, releases a write lock, which now gets taken by T2. T2 sends the command, queues itself up in slot number 1, and then releases the write lock. When replies start when the replies start coming back, the idea is that I guess it's basically the way it would work is that C also has a reader lock. So C was able to acquire a reader lock in the meantime. So it has a reader lock. When the reply comes in, T1 reads the reply, and as soon as it reads the reply, it wakes up T2, or rather it hands off the reader lock to T2, which can now read the reply. in turn. Okay, what is it that you gain from this? Sorry, my doesn't make it nice. Doesn't show it what it is that you gained visually. But what you gained is that here T2 was not able to write its request until T1 was done reading the reply, which means that you eat all the network latency. At the very least, you eat the network latency. In this case, instead, C1, there is pretty much no time between sending the first command and the second command. So it's a way that allows you to make sure that one side of the connection is always full. It's never starved. Because if you think about it, while Redis is done, once Redis is done sending this reply, then it will have to wait one network latency round trip. Well, not a round trip, but like one network latency. Like, I don't know, it's like 100 milliseconds. Then it will have to wait 100 milliseconds before it starts seeing this new command. While in this case, the second command, it's already in the connection pipeline. So as soon as Redis is done sending this reply, it can already process the new command. I'm actually oversimplifying this because in reality, Redis and especially other types of servers, they can also process requests in parallel. Or rather, Redis cannot process requests in parallel specifically, but sending a reply is something that does not block the main thread. So yeah, in any case, it's a way of doing pipelining, but keep in mind that this is not a protocol thing, right? Much more than anything else, this is enabling pipelining. The Redis protocol was also supported for this to work. That is absolutely false. Well, Redis does support pipelining, but it's not really that at all. It's just a matter of queuing up the next reply, the next request before waiting for the first reply to come back. Which, you know what, to be fair, yeah, that's fair. You could have some, I don't know, weirdo, super obsolete protocol that for some reason just does not allow this type of stuff to work. But this is not, Redis also has explicit pipeline support, but this is not that. This is just making sure that the wire always has data in it. And this is done entirely, and sorry, this is not just making sure that it has always data in it. This is making sure that it has data in it. It's obtaining pipelining across coroutines. This is the key. The key is obtaining pipelining across coroutines. Because you can do, there's a thing called, well, I even have it as a command in my case, but normally you can have a pipeline where you write multiple commands one after the other, and they just get all shipped together. But the problem is that you can do this within one context, right? I mean, a function that knows that it needs to send 10 commands, and so it can bunch them together and send them all at once. But if you have 10 different coroutines, 10 different threads that all want to send one command, now they can basically do pipelining, even though they are not aware of one another much, or at least in your code, in user code, they're not going to be aware of each other. So this is what I implemented, and this is what it looks like. So there's a writer lock that you need to get. Then there is a linked list of nodes. So a client has a reader, a writer, a lock for the writer, a lock for the reader. You know what? I'll switch these two. So a writer, a reader, a lock for the writer, a lock for the reader, a head and a tail of a linked list, single linked list of nodes, and then a boolean in case the connection protocol is broken, but that's a different story. So so the way it works is that we grab the writer lock, we append ourselves as a new node, we send the command, and then we release the lock. Kinda. To be more precise, we release the lock only if there is somebody else in front of us and we don't have to wait. There's also the case where there is nobody else in front of us, and so we just do things immediately. But in any case, let's set aside this other case. So normally what happens is that Wait a second. Is this ever happening? I think this is an error that we just didn't encounter in my test. In any case, so we wait for a condition to wake us up, and then when we get woken up, we know that it's our turn to start reading from the reader side of the connection. And as part of that, we need to re-grab the writer lock if we had lost it because we waited. And what we're doing here is pop the topmost other node that is waiting to read from the connection. We do our reading, and once we're done with our reading on inside this defer, like on the return path, we release the reader lock and we wake up that other node that was still stuck here waiting to be woken up. And so I think that this line is wrong, so I need to double check this. Yeah. And so you were seeing it here. You are seeing it here. Basically, this is me testing that I can run multiple. Well, I can show you also the code. So the code of this benchmark is I start multiple things that run at the same time. Each one starts from a different random number, and they set a key with that value, and then they keep decrementing it by 1 every single time. So they incur by -1. And then we check that the value that we get back is our number -1. And we do this all the way down to 0. And we panic with mismatch if something goes wrong. But so far, it seems so good. And you can also see visually that every time these guys count down, they count down correctly. They don't skip numbers or do weird shit. So setting aside that line that might be wrong, the overall logic seems consistent. And I think we could even benchmark this. I think we could even benchmark this, like make a version of the client that just doesn't do this pipelining work and see how bad things get. Although this is a fairly artificial workload, so who knows? Okay, let's see what people were saying. Why not integrate IORing into Zig? There is IORing integrated into Zig. The reason why you don't see me using it now is because I'm on Mac and there is no IORing on Mac. But if it was on Linux, I would be able to switch out this implementation from io.threaded to io.evented, I think it's the name. In any case, the implementation is there. It's just that I'm on the wrong OS. We could also switch out from threaded to what's it called? From threaded to event, which in my case, which on macOS would give us KQ integration, but I don't know. It's easier to reason about this than KQ, so I'll stick with this for a while more. The program must allow you to order things. Yeah, that is true. Okay, so I think I want to take a look at the line again and make sure that I remember what it is that my intent was and whether the code matches my intent or not. After that, I think we just need to update some documentation because we changed how you set up the client. But after that, I think we're ready for a release. Yeah. Okay. Give me a sec. I'll be right back very quickly. And then we're going to take a look at that code. and maybe make a release of this stuff. I'll be right back. Okay, so okay, let's see if we did this right. The problem is this. The problem statement is, um, if we don't want to give up the writer lock always. We only want to give up the writer lock if we are on the losing side. Also, if we have the writer lock and there is nobody else, do we need to grab the reader lock here? Do we even need to grab the reader lock? Well, we do. We will try to give it up at the end. So there's that. And I think we want to have it so that we can wake somebody else up, because we might be the first at this point, but then by the time we get here, there is somebody else. No, there cannot be anybody else, actually. If we are the first. Oh, there might be a flaw in my system. If we are the first, No, but we do give up fairly quickly. I guess the question is there ever a situation where we do queue up? If we are the first ones here, and we never give up the writer lock, then nobody else can queue up. There's just no way. I think that this quote unquote optimization to don't give up the lock if you're the first ones is preventing a queue from forming. I think this quote unquote optimization might even be hurting performance. Oh, I think I know what the problem is. I think I should be. Maybe I should be popping before pushing. I should pop the next element in the first half, not in the second half. Oh, that actually would be so much better, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it be? Oh. Oh, which might even mean that we don't need an explicit queue. We just need a pending. Maybe we don't really need a queue. We just need one pending. No next. Yeah. Oh my god, this is all coming to me now. Yes, we don't need that. Okay, time to butcher these concurrent code some more. Yeah. Oh my god, that's how it is. That's how it should be. Oh my god, finally it's clicking into place. So we make our own pending. If there is a pending already, self pending. If there is another pending, then we keep track of it, and then we set ourselves as the pending. Wait, I might be doing something dumb. Wait. If there is another pending, they should be waking us. they should be waking us. If there is another pending. Yeah. If there is another pending, they should be waking us. So we don't, do we put ourselves as that? This is more like pending tail, basically. Yeah. Okay, it's a pending tail thing. So let's call it pending tail. How did you handle async stuff before? I didn't. Like I had some async stuff ages ago with the old implementation where I was using some locking primitive. I think some implementation of mutex, I think, or something like that, that kind of gave me these properties without me having to implement them explicitly. But now I lost that. I don't have that anymore. And so now I'm basically tackling these from first principles, and I'm trying to understand what I'm doing, basically. Yeah. This is the pending tail. Yeah. Pending tail. Then, you know what? Oh man, I run bench every single time. I should have compiled bench with the previous code, which I've already saved. Well, let me undo some changes. I want a copy of the old code. Okay. What is the release command for build.exe? The release flag. It's not de-optimize. Can you do release equals fast? Of course, no. Dash O release fast. There we go. Okay. So I have bench old and bench old release as well. Okay, now I'm making my changes. I want to benchmark them because I think that the old version was absolutely suboptimal compared to the thing wasn't kicking in correctly. Okay, self pending. So pending tail. I guess it's rev pending. Is that and client pending reader tail is us now. And now here's the thing. Now I would like to sign up in prev pending to become the next pender in a sense. And we can do that. We just need to make sure that we have a good lock for this. So we're using the writer lock. So okay, let's assume that every time we want to change stuff in here, basically from the moment we sign up onwards, if we want to make changes to this stuff, we need to have the writer lock. So we grab prev pending and we say if prev pending pp dot next is us. Right? Do we need to do that? Yes. So we sign up, and then we put ourselves as the pref pending. Pending reader tail. Pending tail. Okay. Hey, B Holmes Dev. Hello. Thank you for the raid. Hello, everybody. Welcome to a madness of concurrent programming. So hello, everybody. I'm writing a Redis client in Zig. I've wrote it already a while ago, but Zig recently gained async await support and async IO. And I want to update my client to be compatible with async IO, but I also want it to be smart about it. And so I'm trying to come up with a non-trivial, at least non-trivial to me, scheme for basically obtain pipelining across different threads by basically having not just one lock for the whole connection where, one thread grabs a lock to the client, sends the request, reads the reply, and then releases the lock, but a way where you basically grab the reader thread, grab a reader lock, a writer lock. You grab a writer lock, send your request, and then queue up to get access to the reader when your reply comes in. And so there's basically this concept of things waking one another, one after the other, in some kind of linked list approach. And that's kind of what I'm trying to make work. So pending tail is ourselves. We send the command. Now here's the thing. Here, okay, so here we need to say, well, if there is somebody else that's going to wake us, then we want to wait for that. If instead there was no previous pending, so we are at the very top, then we don't wait for anybody to wake us up. But we need to give up the reader lock, the writer lock, and we have to reacquire the writer lock after we are done reading. We cannot attempt to reacquire the writer lock after we're done reading. And the reason why we care about that, actually, no, maybe, you know what? Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe this is where atomic operations should come into play. Maybe this is it. Maybe this is where we should say, oh no, because we also need to unregister ourselves from pending tail. We also need to unregister ourselves from pending tail. So just an atomic operation is not enough. Although maybe there is a way to do that. If we atomically pop a null from the last pending tail, The problem is that no, that doesn't work because we need to. This becomes um, garbage memory. Like we get a pointer to garbage if we don't unregister ourselves by before we leave this function. Okay. Okay, let's see. Hey, Neuroside. Yeah, I do. I do plan to be in Nuremberg. I bought flight tickets already. So if pref pending is null, we try to grab the reader lock. Otherwise, I think this attempt at the writer lock makes no sense at this point. We should just give up the writer lock unconditionally. Because the point is, well, okay, let's say that there's nobody above me. Why should I give up the writer lock? Because by giving up the writer lock, we gain the ability to have somebody else sign up after us. Okay. So I'm convinced that has to happen. Okay, we give up the writer lock unconditionally. So when we are down here, we have given up the writer lock. We don't look at our own self-pending state. We just look at this. If there was nobody above us, we immediately grab the reader lock. Otherwise, we wait. But now we can do better. Now we can do. Actually, it's fine. Do we really need prev pending? We don't really, actually. Okay, let's not do this. Okay, otherwise, while it's not ready, we wait on this condition. And once this condition is realized, we should be having been set to ready by somebody else, by the guy that we sign up to here. Okay. Next, we need to. Okay, what do we need to do next? We need to read the full reply. And then once we're done reading the full reply, we need to regain the writer lock. Why? Because we need to we need to ping whoever is after us that they need to wake up. And if we are still, and if there is nobody, then we need to unregister ourselves from being the last thingy. Which in theory could be done also without lock, because I think that with atomics there is a funky atomic scheme, I think, to get this working. But so here's the problem, though. Okay, now I understand where my problem was. My problem is that we have all these different return this, return that, return with this, return with that. The problem is that there's a bunch of returns. This is a return, and there's a return down here. Then the other branch has two returns right away. And instead, we need to do that, obtain the writer lock, which unfortunately is fallible. Maybe there's lock like uncancelable, and that one does not fail. But yeah, there's a lock uncancelable. I'll take it. So, okay, so we can do this. Okay, on the way back, release the reader lock. And then we say, we grab the writer lock. So grab the writer lock. And then we say, if self pending dot next np dot the ready is true, np condition cnl is true, blah blah blah. Else, so if there is nobody else in our next, so nobody else signed up in the meantime, then we do client dot pending tail equals null, because it has to have been asked at that point there. You can even assert. Okay. Let's see how this works. Pending tail. Oh no. We seem to be deadlocking just a tiny little bit, huh? Unfortunate. I think the problem is that we need to recognize when... actually, no, I don't know. What is the problem here? Oh. We kind of forgot an important unlock. Oh, there we go. Reach unreachable code. Assert prev state was unlocked. Okay, we're trying to... In 175... we're unlocking the reader that was not locked. What? Wait, wouldn't the condition give us... doesn't the condition give us a already locked mutex? Okay, people that remember this stuff, isn't waiting on a condition locking the mutex for you? I mean, the answer, I guess, is that in this case, it does not seem to be the case. Mutex not locked, and we're unlocking it. This seems weird. Back to deadlocking. Yeah. So, okay, let's think it through again. Grab the writer lock. Create a pending instance. Wire it up. Either as a last thing or as the thing itself. So either as past the last present pending or as a new one. Release the writer lock. If there was no pending tail and we were the first. Oh, I think there might be, okay, there might be a race here of some kind. Wait a second. So we release the lock, but then we say, okay, we were the first. Even racing shouldn't matter. Okay, so this shouldn't matter because if somebody else comes in the meantime, they will sign up on us. Only when no next. No, this is kind of like a upside down queue. Like we are always the last. We're queuing up as the last. So after whatever happens, we are the last pending reader. Nobody else is after us at this moment because we still hold this lock. So nobody else could even sign up yet. So then we release this lock. Okay, so there's one thing that I really do not understand. Why does this trip an assertion? This is really fucking with me. Um, this is really fucking with me because this drives me nuts. Mutex not locked, but it should be locked. Do I unlock anything down here? No, I don't. Nowhere down here, I have not touched any of the locking code. So here's the part that I find really confusing. How is it possible that we get past this condition, or like we get past this statement and then here unlock uh, fails because the reader apparently is not locked? In this case here, so if this if is true, then this makes no sense. This makes no sense because we have indeed locked the client, the reader. So it has to do with the while not true case. Mutex not locked. Mutex not locked. Huh? T2 is only impending tail. Where is T2? So this pending thing has a next thing. So whenever you replace something else as the last element, you yourself sign up as the next of whoever was there before. So the linked list is done via the next prop field of this pending struct. I think that I'm experiencing some bug that is not my fault because it is really weird what's happening with this wait thing. Condition wait. Mutex unlock. Oh no, wait. Wait, it's the wait that is bonking because it wants the thing to be locked. Okay, so the condition should be used as in try to grab the lock on failure. I guess this should be like this then. Let me think about it for a second. But I don't think here it makes much of a difference. I think the things go south in the wild case. So what is the problem? Okay. The problem is that the error that we're getting is that we try to wait on the reader lock, but we find out that the reader lock is actually not taken. And how is it possible that we get there? The only way it can be possible is because it's because we give up this writer lock here. We have yet to grab the reader lock. Yeah, no, okay, this exchange has to happen that way. Okay. No, but that is weird because if somebody else signs up, grabs the writer lock, signs up, then they won't have self-pending equals ready. They will have self-pending definitely not equals ready, for sure. So they won't be able to steal a read lock, but I don't know. Maybe for whatever reason that is a thing that can happen. That there is a thing that causes something else to go south. I don't know. Okay, let's see what happens if we move this here. Seems dumb, but yeah, there we go. It doesn't solve anything. Mutex not locked. Okay, I'm not sure what's going on. Once again, from the top. Grab the writer lock. If there is something else that's already pending, we sign up as the next thing to wake up, and we put ourselves as the latest, as the pending tail. Send a command, unlock the writer lock. If there was nobody else waiting before us, grab the reader lock right away, read the reply, once you're done reading the reply, release the reader lock, grab the writer lock, and you know what? I'm starting to think that this should be like this. I'm starting to think that this actually does need to be intertwined. Grab the writer lock, release the reader lock, change. If somebody else signed up on us in the meantime, wake them up. Oh, maybe this is the problem. I was about to say, does Signal give up the... Is it that Signal gives up the lock implicitly also? No, that's not the case. You signal and then you unlock. But maybe this wants this to be done afterwards? I don't fucking know. Okay, I'll put it after. In any case, we signal and then it means that we're done. If instead there was nobody else after us, then we are still signed up as the last pending tail for sure. And in this case, we just clean ourselves up. Hey Diablo, yeah, I've been streaming this morning and you weren't here, so you have no idea what happened. Holy shit, it was crazy. At some point, I had like 2 tigers jumping on a ring of fire and interviews with all kinds of famous people and billionaires, and you know, also that one celebrity that you really care about. They were all here in like this morning. But then I said, "Well, thank you guys. It's been fun. I had lunch, and then came back to work on some more mutex stuff that just does not work. Such is life. So we're still complaining that in the condition wait, it's not locked. I am so confused by this condition stuff. It's driving me insane. Don't worry, I'm not going. I need to solve this first. Like, what the heck? What the heck is going on? Is this read lock? Is this the problem? That cannot be it. Okay, that really cannot be it. So I'm gonna move this here. Now that I think though, what if somebody else does grab the writer lock before we grab the reader lock? What happens then? They grab the writer lock. They grab the reader lock. Yeah, that kind of sucks. That is a problem. Okay, I think we really need to cross all these locks kind of necessarily. Oops. So if I'm wrong, but I think when I wait a condition, it releases the lock, then reacquires it to continue. But it's weird. It seems weird, right? You wait on a lock. I guess the problem is that I'm not trying to acquire that lock. Okay, give me one sec because I'm updating this code. Okay, so honestly, right now I'm confused. Let's take a look at the usage of this stuff in the threaded thing. Condition wait. So let's see how it works. Worker, mutex lock, mutex unlock. I see. So you have to attempt to grab the lock first. No, wait, you have to have had the lock. Then while true, you wait. Waiting releases it. And then I was definitely using condition the wrong way. Okay. So you can do a conditional lock only that you own already, and you release by waiting on it, and then you reacquire it when you return from the wait. So the idea is that we attempt to grab the reader lock. I see. So it's something like this. So we do this unconditionally then. So we unconditionally grab the reader lock, release the writer lock, and if we were not ready, we wait on the reader lock. It is so weird. And we're deadlocking again. Delightful. Okay. there is there is something not okay going on here. These numbers should be counting down to 0. They're definitely not. Also, where's my fucking panic? There should be a panic whenever these numbers don't match. What the heck is going on? Oh my god. What the heck is going on? Where's my panic? Oh, is it because these are things that are all... Yeah, there's a lock. What the heck? Oh, and also deadlocked, which is fine. Okay, I see what's going on. It is working. They are... Okay, it is working. They are doing what they're supposed to do. But then they deadlock at some point. Like some unfortunate condition happens and they deadlock. Okay, so we are... Okay, we're in business. We're in business. And you know what? Yeah, you can see how there's a lot more intermixing, right, than before. If I try to run bench old, no, there's a good amount of intermixing also here, to be fair. There's a decent amount of intermixing here as well. Okay, the problem is that we get to a point where there's a blarp. Something went wrong. God damn it. Which bug have we inserted in this system? Okay, what if it's like this? No. God damn it. Like this is gonna deadlock also, or not? Yes. Damn. I should probably try to reason about it more rather than just trying stuff at random, but you know. But you know. Huh. I just find this whole thing kind of sus. Hello, Ninjatron. So, what could the problem be? What could the problem be that is causing us to mess up? What happens if we get to calling a signal on something that has just subscribed and it's not yet here? Yeah, but the answer is that it can't. It cannot be. Huh. Hmm. Hmm. So, by the way, we're doing okay. Redis not work. So, what if the lock, the writer lock, can only be released here? Okay, we're deadlocking good now. So the answer is that definitely it's not that. Hmm. It always goes for a little while and then it dies. Uh, I'm wondering if I need to use some kind of atomic load store for this guy. Okay, so no, that never happens. We always wake up ready, except when we don't. When we wake up dead. The thing is here when we have this lock, when we unsubscribe ourselves, or when we activate, whoops, we can also add another assert here. We can assert that pending tail is different than ourselves in this case. Let me put back the prints so that I can see what's going on. So that's another assert that we never hit. Huh. Out of curiosity, if I change these random numbers to being U8s, so much smaller, will we get to completion? Yeah, we will get to completion. Okay, so 16 gives it enough time to end up in that situation. Huh. Man, what am I doing wrong? I guess I need some printing. Grab the writer lock. Sign us up. Make us the pending tail. Release the writer lock. Acquire the reader lock. And wait. I think what's happening. I think this has to be some kind of race condition between us acquiring the lock and then trying to wait on it. The conditions are so fucking weird, man. There is no. Normally, it doesn't matter whether you do signal and then unlock versus unlock and then signal. So we could also do this. Son of a bitch. Well, I guess not. I guess it matters keeping this fucking lock. Okay. Well, thank you. That did the trick. Okay. Okay, we have bench new release, bench old release. Let's raise them. Actually, let's do one against the other per kind. What the fuck? Oh, there we go. Maybe I'm wrong, and maybe the old version was not completely busted, although it must have been because we never even hit once the condition weight case. Otherwise, we would have discovered my misusage of condition variables way sooner. So okay, so this is basically not doing any pipelining. Yeah, that was async, and it's coming back. Like this with this change after I push it, it's back in business. Maybe fully async. Also, like full fledged support for it. Yeah, there we go. Check it out, man. 4 seconds versus 5 seconds. 1 full second of performance increase. Looking forward to seeing the release ones work. Also, we could remove the printing. There's a bunch of wasted time in printing, which we could probably avoid. But anyway. Holy shit, there is just no difference? Really? Well, not much. There's a little bit difference, but like not much. That is kind of suspicious. I do not believe that my parser is this good if not made release. Oh. Did we not wire in release mode? No, but wait, it's bench. There's no build script even involved. What? I guess time is it that time is dominated by standard by printing to standard error. Okay, 3 seconds 440. Okay, so definitely a win. I think these times are all dominated by printing to standard error. That's unfortunate. Let's do new versus new release without printing to standard out. Sorry, printing to standard error. These are also unbuffered prints, so yeah, there we go. Still taking some time, huh? Well, almost 37% faster with the new in release. Although, wait, we wanted to see this, which was 5 seconds versus 3. So, I mean, we're doing fine. So this is a good update. I would like to keep this file around though somehow because I think it's interesting for testing. Where can we put it? We can create a test directory and then put it there. There you go. Okay. Okay, let's example is okay. Let's copy this into our README. Okay. This is the old code. Okay. So this is it. None of this other stuff is dependent on what the client does. So tests work. Oh my god, son of a bitch. Mm, to minimize, the amount of things the client has to worry about. Okay, we succeeded. I think I will. Yeah, it is. Oh, invalid free. Oh no. $50 fix buff 8. $50 fix buff 8. Oh man. Okay, can we get rid of this fucking sidebar? Of course we can't. So I. Okay. Let's try to reason about this. So, command is hvals. So values in a hash map, I believe. That's dynamic reply. And then free reply gives a invalid free. Well, that's on me, I guess. Or actually, list string. Do you don't need to try when you do send alloc? Oh no, there's a catch. Okay, never mind. There's a catch on the other side, so that's accounted for. If I misuse it this way, I don't get a panic, but I have already memory leaks. Okay. Okay. So this fix buff is wrong. Or is it the suggested fix buff? Okay, fix buff. Ah, it's just for strings. You see, that sucks. It's not generic enough. You can't make a fixed buff of things that aren't bytes. That sucks. I never made it. God damn it. Never mind. This second suggestion doesn't work. Okay. Hey, Calder. I don't know. I'm still good. I'm doing fine. Yeah, I've been streaming for a while now, but we made progress. So we completed Zig FMT. We fixed some bugs in my implementation of the thread pool. We updated OK Redis to latest Zig, and we also implemented the super fancy cross-thread pipelining thing. Yeah. So this is it. This is good. This is good. So in any case, sorry, I did a bunch of stuff, but I don't know. I don't feel too tired yet, so I think I could do some more stuff. Maybe we'll see. But this was cool. This was really cool. Oh, this failed. Oh, you know what? I forgot to update some things. God damn it. So zone file, minimum Zig version, 16.0 dev. Give me this. Okay. And then what else? CI. Oh, that's it actually. Okay, let's watch CI get green instead. Question about Borg. Sure. I tried to use it for a YouTube stream a month ago. Oh no, but I got an error from YouTube saying that I'm only allowed for developer testing. Yes, so the way it works is that unfortunately you need to make an application. You need to make I haven't written a guide for it, sorry. But you need to make, and the problem is that YouTube is like pure crap, man. You need to make a application, and you need to change the application IDs that I have hard coded in the code right now because I haven't properly, parameterized it for people's consumption. But basically, you need to make your own application and then put your application ID stuff in there, and then you will use it at connected to your account. The reason why you have to do this is because each one of us has an account that can create these applications, and they have like a extremely stingy API usage limit. So I cannot let other people use my account. First of all, because it being a development application, you would have to allow list each and every single person that wants to sign up one at a time. Like basically, you would have to give me your email address, and I would need to add you to the quote unquote beta. But on top of that, we would run out of tokens in the blink of an eye. So that's also another reason why you need to make your own. Unfortunately, Twitch is not like this. Twitch is way less bitchy, but YouTube, it is what it is. It just is what it is. Okay. Yeah, such is life. Love seeing all the Zig Day posts on Zig. Oh yeah. By the way, I was right now. I was stepping off screen. I was messaging a Zig Day organizer. Yeah, these things are popping off, and it's cool. It's cool because, setting aside the fact that it's a generally good format, and people should. It's understandable that people enjoy it, but I think that also it's a good thing that we have like there is a real problem that I can tell you 100% exists, and that I am that I can feel it in my bones. Where when the Zig community was very small, and pretty much everybody that was involved in Zig more or less was a core contributor ish. Back then, it was very easy for information to spread in through the community because the community was very small. Everybody was pretty much in the same place, so everybody was on the same page with a lot of things. And so whenever a new change would come to Zig, then everybody would learn about it very quickly. And same with more quote unquote philosophical approaches to software development. So you should I don't know, not use catch unreachable in random places, right? So you should understand that unreachable is kind of it's a what's it called? It's a very sharp tool, so you should be careful with it. Don't use it randomly. Unreachable means that that thing is really supposed to be unreachable. It's not a substitute for panic. So these kind of ideas. But as time came by, as time passed, the community grew bigger, and so now it's much harder for these ideas to reach the fringes of the community. And most importantly, it's not just that you have, the people that are like very active with Zig, that are at the center of the community. They will get the information right away. And then there's like more people on the outskirts who are like maybe not even programming Zig, and so they are vaguely interested in Zig, and so whether they learn this piece of information or not is not critical. Unfortunately, it's not like this, because what's happening, at least the way I perceive it, is that you do have a core community of people that do interact. Us, right now, that's what we're doing. But then you have also I don't know, try to think of it as like as a planet. You have a planet with all the center mass, but then this planet now has a ring around it. So the idea is that around us, there are a lot of people who are doing Zig every single day, who are actively using the language a lot, but who we will never interact with directly, chances are. They will not be watching the stream. They will, or maybe they will, but never chat. They will read stuff like release notes, but they will be not interacting with the community actively much. And they will be interactive. They maybe will be interacting. They will be interacting maybe with somebody else who in turn is more active. So maybe there are people that that will never do this that we're doing now, but who will talk to you, or who will talk to somebody that you talk to. So those people need this kind of information to get to them. But if our only communication strategy was, I don't know, do a Twitch stream with 50 people watching, we would never go nowhere. Zig days are amazing for this, because Zig days are dislocated on different parts of the planet. Not a ton for now, obviously. But still, I would say that for less than a year's work, this is already pretty respectable. If you think that we're doing this with budget equals pretty much zero, there is some budget. There is some budget being spent in stickers, and I don't know. I will be going to Zig Day Nuremberg on ZSF Dime, so that I guess counts. Ever tried the Zigline Telegram channel? Ooh. What was I saying? So yeah, in any case, this is pretty respectable as a starting point. And these events have the nice property that they have people. You will see people that exist in this outer ring. Not all of them, but you will see some. And it is a way for propagating information also into the outer ring in a way that I don't think we would be able to do as easily otherwise. Sure, getting a post on Hacker News helps. But there's a lot of people that do, every day, like people that program daily who just don't give a fuck about Hacker News. Like Hacker News was useful in the beginning, but nowadays is less useful. If you notice, we care less about getting on Hacker News. We used to care more. I personally used to care more. Not that, and this is not to say Hacker News bad. The point is not that. The point is that if your goal is to make sure that information propagates in the community, now Hacker News is less fundamental than it was before. And the new frontier, in my opinion, are Zig days. So I'm also delighted to see them work. And I think that they will have the opportunity of like getting a lot out of this. Why would you ever like that place? Oh, I'm not saying that I like it. The point that I'm making is that my point in this discussion is that it's not like I want to shit on Hacker News. My point is that regardless of whatever Hacker News is, nowadays is less important than it was before. And right now, what is way more important is Zig Days. So, yeah, if you're watching and you've never been to a Zig Day, I highly encourage you to join one. This is me saying this to everybody in the audience. They are really, really nice. So I highly recommend that. Oh, sorry, people on YouTube. My client borked, and so my client borked, and so I don't see your messages anymore. I need to fix it. You see, this is it. It's the next in line. Random question: when I make structs in Zig, should I avoid having allocator and IO as fields, and instead pass them as parameters to each method on the struct? No, not necessarily. It's perfectly legitimate to put them in the struct for convenience. The question is, how many instances of those structs will you have around? If you make 10,000 instances of those structs, then you will pay 10,000 times 16 bytes for the IO field plus allocator? Is that another vtable? I think allocator is another vtable, so another 16 bytes. So long story short, you're gonna pay a bunch of bytes if you put references to those things in structs that you have a bajillion instance of. So if you instead put them in a struct that you have 1, 2, 3, 5, 10, 50 instances of in your program, then it doesn't matter. And do that then. Was that you, Proper Bug? Wait, Proper Bug? Are you PP Volto? No, wait, that was Demon. Never mind. There was a question from Demon. I get what you mean about. I get what you mean about getting information out to new/peripheral Zig users. I hadn't thought about Zig Days in that way, but yeah, could be really useful. Well, yeah, that's definitely a perspective from that's a VP of community perspective if you think about it. But setting that aside, they're just really fucking cool events. So I think it's normal that people like them, both attending and running them. So I'm looking forward to have some more. Like I think also like I'm looking at Italy. We have one in Milan, but man, why is there no one in Rome? There should be somebody in Rome that makes a Z Day happen. And like a Rome one would cover. I think that a Rome one would maybe even cover Florence. Will there be any in India? I don't know. If somebody in India wants to organize one, then yes. Keep in mind that these are not like organized because we have like a ZSF employee on the ground. These happen because somebody local decides to run one. It's kind of like they're meetups. So you know how meetups, they're not, well, some are maybe official, but generally speaking, meetups for programming languages tend to be just run by random people that like the language and they want to run a meetup for the language. So that's the general idea. I think in Italy we should have one in Rome, maybe one in Sicily, maybe one in Sardinia. That's my take. So because Rome would cover Naples, it would cover Florence. Actually, well, Florence could also do Milan, Bologna, covered by Milan. I mean, obviously, if there were more, it would be nicer. But I mean, knowing Italy, having one in Rome is, I think, reasonable. Having one in Sicily and one in Sardinia, that's already probably asking too much. Knowing my fellow nationals, but anyway, Germany already has two. And look at this: the UK has one in Bristol, but not in London. Man, imagine London losing to Bristol. Arena PBO implemented to port your projects? No. Or rather, yes. There are no. It's not just the developers. No, I think that OK Redis is now fully async, and this is it. Like we reached the end goal. Like it really works. Ziggy FMT, it's fine. We got a modest improvement, but it was nice, but not critical. Bork could totally be ported. The only potential blocker that Bork could experience is actually, you know what? Maybe there is some stuff that is not implemented on macOS, but it's minor. It's not like before where, oh my god, the whole like network stack is missing. No, that part has been implemented now. I think that sleep is missing on macOS. At least in threaded, I think is missing. Probably not just in threaded, but at least it's missing in threaded. So, but it's like minor stuff. So no, I think Bork is going to be the next candidate for moving to async. That said, I do remember that Bork could switch in and out of async fairly easily. Like it wasn't that such a huge deal to have async in Bork. So we can do it because we had it before and it was nice. But you know, we were able to make do also without it. So shouldn't be too crazy. That said, moving to the new HTTP client will probably make a difference because right now I don't have YouTube chat. YouTube chat broke because it keeps breaking after a while and I don't know why. So yeah. So you know what? I think maybe this is a good point where to stop after all. We made progress. We learned things. I certainly learned how to use condition variables. I mean, I knew this stuff at some point. I just forgot. And the name doesn't really suggest what the usage pattern should be. It's, I don't know, kind of a weird thing. But anyway. Anyway. Let me see if anybody's doing Zig. Nobody else is doing Zig. Well, I'm going to call it a day then. So yeah, well, thank you all, and I'll see you next time.